These are true scary camping and hiking stories, each born from bad decisions that spiraled into something unforgettable. Tents pressed in by unseen hands, trams that whisper your name, storms that answer when you call, every mistake a door left open. Settle in, but don't get too comfortable. What you're about to hear are the moments when ordinary hikers took one step too far, and the woods answered back. This is true scary camping and hiking, bad decisions horror stories. My name is Adrian Cole, and I was 27 years old. This summer, I joined my friends for what was meant to be a week of wilderness hiking along an unmarked ridge in the northern Rockies. I state my name and age plainly, because how I was taught to introduce myself in formal reports. And perhaps what I am writing now deserves the same clarity. It is not merely a story, and not merely a warning. It is a record of how I stepped willingly off the path of common sense, how I let pride and stubbornness replace caution, and how the mountains punished me for it, with a precision that felt less like chance and more like intent. The group was small, just 4 of us. There was Eli, tall and restless, who loved climbing in ways that left the rest of us winded and humiliated. There was Jess, whose encyclopedic memory of plant life made her both fascinating and unbearable, depending on how tired I was when she launched into another description of leaf structures. There was my closest friend, Mark, whose loyalty ran deep enough to follow me into decisions he should not have entertained. And there was me, Adrian, the one who suggested the detour that began everything. We had hiked together before, but never this far, never this long, and never with such a desire to make the trip sound extraordinary when told later around city tables. The bad decision began with a map. Jess had brought a folded topographic sheet that covered the established trail we had been following. But in the upper right corner, partly obscured by creases, there was a faint dotted line that did not match any official route. The line led toward a ridge without a name, marked only with a vague note that said, Survey Line 1950. To me, it looked like an invitation, a fragment of forgotten exploration daring us to follow. To the others, it looked at best like a waste of time, at worst like the sort of place rangers warn people away from. But my voice carried weight in that moment, and when I said we could handle it, when I said we had supplies enough for 3 extra days if needed, when I said no one else we knew would have a story like this, I saw their hesitation bend. Pride, I realize now, is never loud in the moment. It is a quiet nudge, the kind that makes bad ideas sound like destiny. The ridge trail was narrow, more animal track than human design, and it wound upward with an uneven logic that forced us to scramble often. By afternoon of the first day off route, we had lost the clear sense of distance behind us. The established trail was somewhere back through a scatter of gullies and timber, but none of us could have said how far. We set camp near a stream whose water tasted metallic even after boiling. Eli joked that the ridge was probably abandoned for a reason, that maybe surveyors had found more than rock. Jess ignored him, but I noticed how she failed to catalog the nearby plants that evening. She only stared at the slope across from us, where trees stood too evenly, as if arranged with intent. I told myself unease was natural. Every wilderness trip passes through that hour of silence where conversation falters and the mind begins inventing shadows. But that night the silence pressed harder. The stream, which had gurgled cheerfully when we filled our bottles, seemed to run quieter, as if embarrassed by its own sound. And when I lay in my tent with Mark, snoring softly beside me. I swore I heard something pacing outside the nylon. Not footsteps exactly, but a slow crush of grass that moved in a circle. I held my breath until the silence felt thicker than noise, and eventually sleep pulled me under with the cruelty of false safety. Morning light erased doubt, as it always does. We pushed higher onto the ridge, where the trees thinned into a scatter of wind-bent pines. The view should have been magnificent, but a haze lay across the far peaks, turning them into silhouettes. It was Jess who said, softly, that the haze was not weather but smoke, and though the air carried no smell of fire, I believed her. The thought of distant flames should have sent us back, but instead it made the ridge feel more forbidden, and therefore more worthy of claiming. I cannot forgive myself for how easily I turned danger into temptation. By midday we found signs of human presence, though not recent. At the base of a crag we discovered 2 rusted survey stakes, bent as though something had pulled them out of the earth and shoved them back at odd angles. Nearby lay fragments of canvas, stiff with age, perhaps from a tent or tarp. The wind moved them slightly, and for a sick moment, I thought they were breathing. Mark kicked one piece aside and muttered that the ridge had been claimed and discarded long before us. I told him that only made our presence more unique. Eli laughed and started climbing the crag, eager to see further. Jess said nothing, but her eyes kept returning to the scattered canvas, as though waiting for it to rearrange itself into the shape of its former owner. We camped again that night with the crag behind us, the wind scraping its edges like a slow knife. It was then that the first unmistakable thing happened. I left the tent after midnight to relieve myself. The stars were muted by haze, but the ground still glowed faintly, the pale grass reflecting what little light remained. As I turned back toward camp, I saw a figure crouched near our packs. For a heartbeat I assumed it was Eli, restless as always. But the figure did not move like him. Its arms were too long, its back too narrow, and when it lifted its head, I caught the gleam of eyeshine. Not the red of animals, but a cold silver, like coins dipped in milk. I froze, my body insisting on stillness. The figure tilted its head, and I swear its mouth opened, wider than the rest of its skull allowed, as though stretching to release something that never came. Then it folded down into the grass, vanishing without sound. When I approached with shaking hands, there were no prints, no bent stalks, nothing but our packs untouched. I told no one, convincing myself exhaustion had painted shapes on the dark. But even as I lay back down, I knew I had not imagined the eyes. The next day was worse. The ridge narrowed into a spine of broken rock, and progress slowed to careful steps. Jess slipped once and gashed her palm, the blood startlingly bright against stone. We bandaged it quickly, but the smell carried on the wind longer than seemed possible. Eli claimed he heard something following us below the ridge, moving in tandem but always out of sight. Mark dismissed it as paranoia, though he walked closer to me afterward, his usual confidence subdued. As for me, I could not shake the memory of those silver eyes. Every glance into the tree line felt like invitation, as though something waited for me to recognize it fully. By late afternoon, we reached a plateau that offered flat ground for camp. The place should have been a relief, but the grass lay flattened in spirals, as though heavy bodies had rolled deliberately to shape patterns. None of us mentioned it directly. We simply avoided the spirals when pitching tents, though I noticed Eli stepped inside one briefly, testing its size, and muttered that it fit him too perfectly. That night the wind carried whispers. Not voices, not words, but rhythms that mimicked human cadence. Jess finally admitted aloud that the ridge felt wrong, that even plants here were not behaving as they should. Their leaves turned toward us instead of the sun. Mark tried to laugh it off, but his eyes betrayed worry. I stayed silent, because to confess what I had seen by the packs would have meant accepting we were not alone, and I was not ready for that. Sleep came in fragments. At some point I woke to the sound of Eli speaking outside, his voice low, conversational. I thought perhaps he was on the radio, though we carried none. When I unzipped the tent slightly, I saw him standing at the edge of the spiral, body rigid, mouth moving. The air carried both his words and an echo half a second behind, like another voice finishing his sentences out of sync. I wanted to call to him, but fear sealed my throat. Only when Jess shouted his name did he jolt, turn, and stumble back toward us with a blank look. He claimed he had been sleepwalking, but his lips were bitten raw, as if something had pressed against them from the inside. By morning, none of us argued about leaving. Pride had evaporated, replaced by urgency. We packed in silence, though every sound seemed louder. The click of zippers, the crack of twigs, the hiss of the stove. As we began retracing our steps, I realized the ridge had shifted in my memory. Landmarks looked different, trails bent in directions they had not before. We descended regardless, believing distance itself would save us. But with every step, I felt eyes at my back, silver and unblinking, waiting for the next mistake. We moved fast that morning, faster than our packs allowed, stumbling on loose stone and catching our ankles in roots. The plan was simple. Descend until the ridge, rejoin the valley, find the main trail, and swallow the embarrassment of retreat. Yet the ridge resisted us. The path we followed upward now felt slanted sideways, curving into slopes that drew us deeper rather than down. Eli insisted he recognized boulders we had not passed before. Jess said the compass was pulling strangely, the needle swaying in nervous arcs. Mark kept glancing behind, as if waiting for silver eyes to reappear. I said nothing, because the fear pressing on my chest made speech feel like surrender. The silence between us was heavier than the packs on our shoulders. By midday the sun was only a pale smear behind haze. We descended into a shallow basin where the stream we had first camped beside should have been. Instead, we found only a dry channel, its stones smooth as though water had never belonged there. Jess crouched to examine a cluster of plants clinging to the banks. She went pale and stood quickly. Later she admitted they were alpine species that should not have been alive so low, nor arranged in a spiral around the dead creek bed. None of us touched them. We pushed onward, though the sensation of circling, instead of retreating, grew unbearable. Each time I thought we had changed direction, the haze thickened, swallowing perspective. The first true mistake of descent came when Eli ran ahead. He had grown restless with our cautious pace, claiming he could scout faster alone. We let him go, too exhausted to argue, too grateful for his energy. He vanished down a slope dotted with wind, stunted pines, his bright jacket flashing briefly, then gone. Minutes stretched into an hour. When he did not return, panic cracked the fragile patience between us. Mark shouted his name until his voice frayed. Jess tried blowing her emergency whistle, each note carrying strangely, echoing not once but twice, as if the ridge itself answered from further off. The sound unsettled her so deeply, she pocketed the whistle again without speaking. I wanted to chase Eli's trail, but the slope where he vanished seemed subtly altered. The trees shifted, their spacing too uniform. My legs refused to carry me closer. We camped early that evening, though calling it camp was generous. We collapsed in a patch of flattened grass, too drained to build fire. Hunger pressed sharp against my ribs, yet the thought of food turned metallic in my mouth. Jess finally whispered what none of us had voiced, that Eli might not be lost but taken. Mark swore at her, the first time his composure cracked, saying she was feeding hysteria. But his eyes kept roaming the dark, searching for a tall figure returning with arms too long. I tried to stay awake as night deepened, but exhaustion pulled at me. When sleep claimed me, it was not merciful. I dreamed of the spirals, not on the ground, but in the sky, stars bending into slow circles above. Each spiral tightened until a point of light sank downward, as though tethered. When it touched earth, the grass bent around it, welcoming. I woke sweating, the shapes burned into my eyelids. And though the night was still, Jess was sitting upright, eyes open, lips moving silently. Mark shook her, whispering urgently until she blinked and gasped as if surfacing from water. She would not say what she had seen, but I noticed blood at the corner of her mouth, as if she had bitten down to stop words from escaping. Morning offered no clarity. Eli's absence weighed heavier than the packs. We decided, finally, to mark our path with strips of cloth torn from spare shirts. Each time we passed a tree or boulder, we tied fabric, a desperate attempt to prove progress. Within an hour, we passed the same cloth twice. Mark insisted we had looped back. Jess said the fabric itself had moved, that we could not trust even our own markers. Their voices rose, fraying into accusation. I stepped between them, though my own faith in reality thinned with every breath. The air felt reused, stale, as though the ridge offered only a finite supply of oxygen, and we had overstayed our welcome. By afternoon, we stumbled upon signs of Eli. His trekking pole leaned against a rock, though none of us remembered him carrying it that way. Beside it lay his jacket, folded neatly, sleeves aligned. Jess knelt to touch it and hissed, jerking her hand back. The fabric was warm, not with sun but with body heat, as though just removed. Yet no footprints surrounded it, no trail away. Mark cursed and kicked the pole, which clattered too long, the sound continuing long after it should have stopped, echoing down invisible corridors. We carried nothing from that spot. To do so felt like consent. That night the ridge showed us cruelty without disguise. Our tents, pitched side by side, began trembling before the wind rose. At first I thought a storm approached, but the air was calm. The trembling came from below, the ground shifting as though something enormous moved beneath the soil. Jess screamed when her tent wall dimpled inward, as though pressed by a hand from outside. Mark slashed the nylon open and pulled her out. We abandoned camp entirely, stumbling through dark with only headlamps. The spirals of flattened grass seemed endless, each one wider, each one pulsing faintly when light passed over. At last we collapsed against a stone outcrop and huddled without tents, our backs pressed to cold granite, praying that solid rock would protect us. None of us slept. The night stretched without stars, the haze thick as fabric. At one point, I felt a vibration through the stone at my back, rhythmic, like a heartbeat not my own. Mark whispered that he heard breathing, not from the air, but from the rock itself. Jess stuffed her fingers in her ears and rocked silently, refusing to listen. I closed my eyes and counted each beat, convinced that if I matched its rhythm, it would notice me. Somehow, dawn arrived, pale and indifferent, as though the night had not conspired against us. But the relief was hollow. We were unraveling, our supplies dwindling, our sense of direction gone. The following day delivered final proof that we were not merely lost but trespassing. As we skirted another slope, we found a clearing where dozens of survey stakes rose from the earth. Not scattered, not abandoned, but planted deliberately in circles, each bent inward, their tips pointing to a hollow center. Rust stained them like dried blood. At the heart of the circle lay bones, not human, but animal, deer or elk, rib cages collapsed inward. Yet each skull was split cleanly along the center, as if open to release something. The air smelled not of rot, but of struck matches. The same scent I remembered from nights before. Jess clutched my arm so tightly her nails cut skin. Mark muttered that Eli must be among them, but no clothing, no human remains appeared. We did not step inside the circle. Still, as we passed, I felt the stakes lean slightly, as if straining to acknowledge us. By then food was nearly gone. We rationed the last of the trail mix, chewing without taste. Water ran low, the streams we found oily or dry. Jess grew feverish, muttering plant names under her breath, identifying species that did not exist. Mark snapped at her, then immediately apologized, guilt gnawing as fast as hunger. I found myself speaking less, each word a burden. But silence was worse, because the ridge filled it with whispers. Not wind, not animals, but syllables almost forming my name. Once, while filling the bottle at a shallow pool, I saw my reflection bend. Not the water bending, but my face itself, stretched into a spiral smile. I staggered back and poured the water into soil. That evening, when we stopped on a ledge overlooking a steep drop, we heard Ellie again. His voice drifted up from below, calm, conversational, calling our names as though he were waiting with campfire ready. Jess sobbed openly, begging to follow. Mark held her back, saying it was a trick. I stood frozen, torn between recognition and dread. The voice continued, patient, promising safety, promising the way out. Then it shifted, saying words none of us had spoken aloud, secrets only Eli could have known. I nearly stepped forward. Only the emptiness of the ledge, the certainty of death in one slip, anchored me. The voice faded eventually, leaving silence heavier than stone. Jess did not stop crying until exhaustion silenced her. The night that followed broke something in us. I do not recall closing my eyes, yet I found myself walking at some point, barefoot, across spirals of grass. The stars above moved, not drifting but aligning, each point sliding into position until they formed a perfect circle. At its center was a gap, a mouth in the sky. I felt drawn upward, weightless. Only when Mark shook me awake did I realize I was standing at the edge of the ledge again, toes hanging over void. He dragged me back, his own face gaunt, eyes hollow. Jess slept behind us, her lips moving silently, whispering to someone who was not there. Mark whispered, "It wants us in pieces." I asked what he meant, but he only shook his head, staring at the sky. When dawn arrived, I no longer trusted it. The haze swallowed even the promise of escape. Our fabric markers had vanished overnight, every strip gone, trees bare. Jess claimed she saw them woven into nests above, though when I looked the branches were empty. Mark grew silent, moving automatically, his body driven by instinct rather than hope. As for me, I began to wonder if the ridge was not a place at all, but a mouth that had already swallowed us, chewing slowly, savoring each mistake. The thought carried no fear anymore, only a grim acceptance that descent was not escape, but digestion. The third morning blurred into motion without decision. We packed nothing. What little we carried had become dead weight, reminders of order we no longer possessed. Jess walked ahead, fever burning bright in her cheeks, whispering plant names as if reciting scripture. Mark trailed close, shoulders bent, his silence more frightening than his earlier anger. I drifted between them, neither leading nor following, only existing within the ridge's slow pulse. The air tasted faintly of ash, though no fire burned, and each breath felt stolen from something larger that resented our survival. The land unfolded differently now, the ridge rearranging like a living corridor. Trees leaned inward, branches knitting together to funnel our steps. At times the trail narrowed into walls of stone that should not have been natural, their faces carved with grooves spiraling upward. I touched one as we passed and felt warmth, the faint throb of a heartbeat not mine. I jerked my hand back, but the sensation clung to my palm long after. Jess did not notice. She was laughing softly, pointing out flowers that grew from cracks in the stone, blossoms that glowed faintly, pale silver like the eyes I had seen. Mark pulled her onward with a gentleness that cracked my chest. He still believed he could protect her. I envied him that. By midday we stumbled into another clearing. This one was different, open sky above. Grass flattened into a vast spiral, so large it swallowed the entire slope. At its center rose a frame of wood. Rough beams lashed together into the shape of a shelter. Not a cabin, not a tent, but something halfway between, as if built by hands that had seen such structures only in memory. The beams were carved with symbols too worn to decipher, though one resembled the survey marks we had seen on old stakes. Smoke drifted faintly from within, though no fire crackled. Jess gasped and ran forward, convinced it was salvation. Mark followed, cursing, desperate not to lose her. I trailed last, dread heavy, every step echoing with memory of Eli's voice. Inside the frame there was no roof. The smoke rose from a pit dug into earth, glowing faintly as if embers lived eternally below. Around the pit lay objects torn packs, rusted stoves, boots hardened with age. Each item belonged once to someone like us, hikers who had chosen the ridge. Jess dropped to her knees, rifling through the remains, insisting there might be maps, food, anything to help. Mark pulled at her arms, whispering sharply, but she resisted with surprising strength. Then her voice changed. Not words, but cadence. She spoke in rhythm, echoing the whispers we had heard in the wind, a language that bent her throat unnaturally. Mark slapped her once, horrified at himself, but the shock broke her trance. She collapsed against him, sobbing. I stared at the pit, the glow deepening, the smoke curling upward in slow, deliberate shapes that almost resembled faces. We fled without discussion. Behind us the spiral clearing seemed to breathe, grass swaying in perfect unison, though no wind stirred. Jess stumbled often now, her fever unrelenting. Mark carried half her weight, his face gaunt with exhaustion. I walked ahead, though every direction felt chosen for me. The ridge no longer allowed randomness. Each turn led deeper, never out. That night we collapsed against another outcrop of stone, too wary to move further. The haze thickened, smothering stars, leaving only darkness. Mark wrapped Jess in his arms, whispering promises of home she could not hear. I sat apart, staring at the stone wall, certain I saw eyes opening within the cracks, dozens of silver coins blinking in unison. At some point, I must have slept, though I do not recall surrendering. I woke to silence sharper than any dream. Jess lay still in Mark's arms, her chest unmoving, his face buried in her hair, his shoulders shaking, though no sound emerged. I crawled closer, throat dry. When he finally lifted his face, I saw emptiness in his eyes, as though the grief had hollowed him out completely. He whispered that she had stopped breathing hours before, that he had begged her to wake. Her lips were parted slightly, but what unsettled me most was the faint silver sheen across her eyes, as though the ridge had claimed them for its own. Mark closed them with trembling hands, and for the first time I believed utterly that none of us would leave alive. We buried her beneath stone, stacking rocks clumsily, offering no prayer. The act itself felt like defiance, a refusal to leave her to the spirals. Mark stood over the cairn for a long time, then turned without words, walking downslope with a steadiness that frightened me. I followed, unwilling to lose him, but I sensed the ridge had already marked him differently. He moved as if guided, no longer cautious, no longer glancing at me. His silence grew unbearable. I tried speaking, confessing what I had seen nights before, the figure by our packs, the Aishin, the spirals in my dreams. He gave no response. Only once did he turn his head, and in the flat haze, I thought I saw a silver glint in his gaze. I told myself it was reflection, but my chest knew otherwise. By late afternoon we reached another basin, dry and wide. Its soil cracked into patterns that formed concentric circles. At the center stood Eli, or something that wore his shape. His clothes were torn, his skin pale, but his smile was calm, almost gentle. He lifted a hand in greeting, as though we had merely been separated on trail. Mark surged forward, relief breaking through despair. I caught his arm, but his strength ripped free. He ran to Eli, who embraced him warmly. For a moment I wanted to believe. I wanted to see my friend restored. But when Eli lifted his face, his eyes gleamed silver, and his mouth stretched wider than human, opening in silence. Mark did not resist. He pressed his forehead against Eli's, chest like a child against a parent, and both of them dissolved into the haze, merging with the basin's center, until only spirals remained etched in soil. I was alone. The ridge exhaled around me, satisfied. My legs shook, my mind unraveling. I turned blindly, stumbling through haze, no direction left but away. Yet the ridge folded endlessly, each slope leading into another, each clearing a mirror of the last. Time ceased. Hunger vanished. Even thirst dulled, replaced by the steady hum of something larger sustaining me. I should have surrendered then. Instead, I clung to scraps of identity, my name, my age, the sound of my own breath. I repeated them aloud, a mantra against dissolution. Adrian Cole, 27. Adrian Cole, 27. Each repetition felt weaker, as though the ridge absorbed the words greedily, reshaping them into its own rhythm. Eventually, exhaustion conquered fear. I collapsed on grass bent into another spiral, no longer caring. The sky above churned with haze, opening briefly to reveal stars twisting into circles. At the center of the spiral a void yawned, vast and patient. I felt myself sliding upward, not falling but rising, drawn toward that open mouth. My body remained below, but my mind drifted higher, pulled into patterns. Within the void I heard voices, hundreds, thousands, all whispering in cadence. Some I recognized, Jess naming plants, Eli laughing, Mark swearing softly. Others were strangers, hikers long gone, each voice a note in endless rhythm. The spiral welcomed me, folding me into its chant. For a moment, peace touched me, the surrender of identity into something eternal. But something resisted, a shard of self lodged deep, refusing to dissolve. My name, stubborn, repeated faintly. Adrian Cole, 27. The mantra burned, tearing me back toward my body. I gasped awake on the grass, throat raw, lungs seared. The sky had closed, the void hidden. Around me the spiral lay silent, waiting. I staggered upright, legs trembling, and walked without direction. I do not know how long. Hours, days, weeks. Time bent like the ridge itself. Once I saw daylight break fully, the haze thinning to reveal peaks I did not recognize. Once I heard water trickling, only to find stones bleeding silver instead of moisture. Once I swore I glimpsed a trail marker, bright cloth tied to a branch. But when I reached it, the fabric unraveled into smoke. And then, without transition, I was out. One moment the ridge surrounded me, haze and spirals pressing close. The next I stumbled onto a familiar trail, sunlight sharp, air crisp and real. My knees buckled. I sobbed into dirt that smelled of pine instead of ash. Behind me the ridge rose ordinary now, its slopes unremarkable. No haze, no spirals, no silver eyes. Only rock and timber. I screamed for Mark, for Jess, for Illy, but the forest answered with wind alone. I walked for hours until I found a ranger station, where strangers stared as though I were a ghost. My clothes hung in tatters. My skin bore scratches I did not recall. When they asked my name, I gave it formally as though in report. Adrian Cole, 27. Their pens scratched, their eyes narrowed. Later they told me weeks had passed since we set out, though to me it had been days. I live still, though the ridge did not release me whole. Nights bring dreams of spirals tightening above, stars bending into mouths. I wake with grass pressed into skin, though my bed lies on hardwood. Sometimes, when mirrors catch me unaware, my reflection lags half a second behind, silver flashing faintly in my eyes. I avoid trails now, avoid maps, avoid the call of ridges unnamed. Yet even as I write this, I feel the cadence returning, whispers shaping my thoughts into rhythm. The ridge is not a place, not a mistake. It is hunger. It waits behind every choice to stray, every prideful step off marked trail. It waits for those who believe they can leave stories untold. My name is Adrian Cole. I was 27 when I stepped onto the ridge. I write now in the hope that naming myself again, recording the cost, will hold me here a little longer. But if this page begins to spiral, if the words repeat in cadence not my own, know that I am already gone. Know that the ridge has added my voice to its endless chant, and that it waits for you too, patient, certain, silver-eyed. My name is Eliza Kerr, and I have always considered myself a careful woman, the sort who checks the map before setting out, who ties down every flap of the tent, so the wind cannot get mischievous with it, who carries more matches than one person could ever possibly need. I am 32 years old, unmarried, an environmental surveyor by trade. Most of my work keeps me in offices, reviewing reports from field agents, but every so often I carve out time for myself to be outside. I tell people it is for peace, for solitude, for the grounding sense of being close to the land. That is only partly true. In reality, I go because there is something in the wilderness that feels more honest than anything I find in town. I can listen to myself out there, hear the hum beneath my skin that gets buried under emails and meetings and the anxious chatter of daily life. I chose the riverbank because it looked calm, dependable. The water was clear enough to show smooth stones, lying like ribs beneath the current. The banks were wide and level, grass cropped low by deer. The sound of the water was steady, a soft hush like breathing at the edge of sleep. I had walked a full day to reach it, following a faint game trail that bent away from the marked route. My legs were heavy with effort, but when I saw the glint of the river between the trees, I knew I had found my resting place. I set my pack down with relief, stretched my shoulders, and drew a long breath of cool evening air. There was no sign of other campers. No footprints, no fire rings, no shredded beer cans glittering like curses against the soil. It felt like a pocket of untouched space, and the thought pleased me. I pitched my tent just above the silt line, careful to keep a margin in case of rain, and drove the stakes into the earth until they bit firm. My routine was practiced: lay the ground, tarp, unroll the tent body, feed the poles through their sleeves, clip the fabric tight, then cinch everything under the rainfly. The river whispered steadily beside me, and I felt, if not at home, then at least in welcome company. By the time the sun slid down behind the trees, I had a small fire coaxed alive and a pot of water set to boil. I ate noodles from a dented tin cup and leaned back on my elbows, watching the sky deepen from violet to black. The stars pricked out in their usual, aloof brilliance, but I found myself watching the river more than the heavens. The surface caught fragments of starlight and bent them into trembles. It looked alive in a way that stirred something inside me. I remember saying aloud, half joking, "You'll keep me company tonight, won't you?" The water made its answer in the form of a sharper ripple, a sudden shiver against the bank. I told myself it was just a fish nosing through, but the hairs along my arms prickled all the same. Later, when I crawled into my tent, the river's voice came with me. I do not mean the sound of it outside, muffled through nylon walls. I mean it was present, immediate, as if the water had climbed inside. At first I thought it was imagination, the way you keep hearing the crash of waves after a day at the ocean. But then the ground beneath my sleeping bag dampened. I pressed my palm down, and it came away wet. There was no tear in the tent floor, no hole. I checked with my flashlight. Nothing. Still the wetness spread, not in puddles but in threads, curling toward me like veins. And within that wet hush I began to hear my name, Eliza. Soft, drawn out. Not from outside, not through the fabric. It was spoken inside the water itself. Each syllable slipped against the other, liquid and insistent. My throat tightened. I sat upright, listening hard. It came again, closer, Eliza, like someone breathing it through the reeds of a flute. I told myself fatigue was the culprit. Long hikes, poor meals, the solitude. It can play tricks on perception. Yet the wetness crept higher, seeping into my sleeping bag, chilling my legs. I yanked the zipper down and shoved the bag aside. My light beam caught the surface beneath me and I froze. The floor of my tent was not simply wet. It had become shallow water, clear enough to reflect the underside of my face, though the ground sheet showed no tear. My reflection looked pale, mouth parted as if whispering back to me. The current was moving inside my tent. Impossible. Unforgivable. And still the voice spoke, weaving through the ripples. Eliza, come. I scrambled for the zipper of the door and dragged it open. The night air slapped me with its cold, and the honest sight of the river, in its rightful place, flowing yards away where I had left it, should have calmed me. Yet when I glanced back, the water was still lapping inside, glossy and whispering. I grabbed my boots, shoved my feet in without socks, and dragged my pack outside. My hands shook as I hauled everything clear. I did not dismantle the tent. I left it open like a wound and stood on the grass, chest heaving. The fire had gone out. The stars watched in their indifferent silence. I thought then about leaving, shouldering my pack and trudging back toward the trail in the dark. But the forest was a maze of roots and shadows, and fatigue weighted my bones. Logic spoke, stay until morning. Stay in the open, away from the tent, and nothing worse would happen. I built a new fire with clumsy fingers, coaxed sparks into flame, and planted myself against a tree trunk with my pack as a brace. The river's sound returned to its ordinary flow, steady and untroubled. No more voices. No more water creeping where it should not. The sight of the tent, sagging and silent a few yards away, gnawed at my thoughts, but I did not approach again. Some time later, I must have dozed. The fire dwindled to embers, glowing like the eyes of small beasts. I woke with a start to the sensation of damp against my ankles. My boots, still on my feet, squelched as though submerged. I shifted in alarm and saw the grass around me, dark with wetness, gleaming in the starshine. I looked toward the river, and for an instant I could not tell where it ended. The line between riverbank and earth had blurred. Water shimmered under me, around me, and the current moved in strange loops that defied the slope. It seemed to curl deliberately, flowing not downhill but toward me, toward the fire, toward the tent. My name hissed again, clearer, as if the river itself had leaned close. I scrambled upright, stamping sparks from my boots, my breath coming fast. No, I muttered, voice cracking, though I was not sure who I thought to refuse. The water did not stop. It slicked the grass, rose between my toes, licked higher, and when I dared glance down, I saw again my reflection in that wrong surface. Not where the river should have been, but pooled around my feet. The mouth moved out of sync with mine, whispering, whispering. That was when I fled. Not toward the trail, but further along the bank, following the current upstream. My pack thudded against my spine. Branches whipped my arms. I did not care about direction, only distance, only away. My lungs burned, and still I ran until river bent hard to the right, and I nearly pitched headlong into the water. I caught myself on a root, gasping. Behind me, the trees stood black and watchful. The place where I had camped was swallowed by darkness. I could not hear my name anymore, only the steady rush of water. I sank to my knees, chest hammering. The river looked ordinary again, as if nothing had ever been wrong. Stones shifted beneath the surface. A frog croaked somewhere in the reeds. The temptation to laugh, to dismiss it as exhaustion, welled up sharp. But my boots dripped steadily. My sleeping bag and tent were back there, soaked through with something no patch could mend. I told myself I would wait until dawn. Then I would pack what I could bear and leave the rest. Dawn makes the world smaller, safer. Or so I believed. I lasted through the night by convincing myself dawn would clean away what I had seen, like morning often does. The pale light always makes shadows look ridiculous, voices like dreams. I told myself this as I sat hunched on the bank, knees pulled to my chest, the pack clutched tight as if it were a shield. Each sound carried, owl wings, the creak of trunks, but I heard no more whisper of my name. My exhaustion was so thick I drifted into broken snatches of sleep, jerking awake when my head slipped against my arms. Each time, I feared I would wake submerged, lungs already filling. But when the first blue smear appeared in the east, I was still dry, stiff, and trembling from the cold. I stood, legs quivering, and looked back toward where I had left my tent. The distance wasn't far. Trees blurred together, but I knew the exact bend of the riverbank, the curve where I had staked my claim. I could not see the tent itself. It was hidden by the angle of trees. Part of me hoped I would find it collapsed from wind or animal mischief, something so ordinary I could laugh bitterly at my own nerves. Part of me feared it would be standing, as if waiting, I took a breath sharp enough to sting my lungs and began the walk back. The air was damp with dew, every grass blade silvered. Birds tested their voices, faint and cautious. The river ran steady, innocent in its morning clarity. Yet as I drew closer, my throat closed against a rising dread. I reached the curve, stepped between two leaning birches, and stopped dead. My tent was gone. Not collapsed, not shredded, not carried off. Gone. Only the impression of it remained in the flattened grass, a perfect rectangle of pressed stems. My fire ring was gone too. Stones removed. Ash scattered. Even the prints of my boots from the night before had softened into indistinct dents. It was as if I had never camped there at all. I whispered aloud because silence pressed too hard. No, it was here. I slept here. My voice quivered in the bright air. The river said nothing, only went on with its endless breath. I crouched, running my hands over the grass, half expecting them to come away wet. They were dry. The ground was ordinary, and yet my boots still carried the scent of damp, a faint mineral tang that was not mud, not rain. Something older. I should have left then. I should have turned my back and marched until I reached the trailhead, until I saw another human face. But curiosity is a treacherous thing. It convinces you to peer closer at the very thing you fear. I found myself crouching lower, pressing my ear almost to the ground where my tent had been. For a moment, only the thud of my own pulse. Then, faint, uncertain, I thought I heard water. Not under the earth exactly, but within it, as though the soil itself contained a hidden current. Whispering faint syllables I could not make out. I sprang upright, heart galloping. The sensible thing would have been to flee, but I was rooted. My eyes locked on the river. The surface was calm, gliding past without hurry. Yet I knew with the certainty of someone who has touched a hot stove, that if I stepped closer, it would speak again. My name would rise with the foam. I backed away, trembling. The pack felt heavier on my shoulders, though I had carried it a dozen miles before without complaint. Every instinct screamed that the river had noticed me, marked me in some way, and that turning my back on it now would not erase that. I forced myself into motion. Upstream felt safer than downstream, though I could not have explained why. The idea of following the water to its mouth filled me with nausea. Instead, I chose to trace it toward its source, as if origin might mean explanation. My boots slapped damply on stone, then thudded over roots. I did not look back. I did not want to see if the grass I left would smooth over itself, erasing me the way it had erased my camp. Hours passed. The sun lifted, spilling pale gold through the canopy. Normally I would have admired it, noted the richness of moss, the way spider silk caught light. But my eyes kept dragging back to the river. I walked parallel to it, unwilling to step far from its edge, though fear gnawed at me. It was not trust that kept me near. It was compulsion, a taut thread binding me to the current. Sometimes I thought I heard my name again in the rush, faint under the surface, but when I held still to listen, it dissolved into noise. Around midday, hunger finally broke through my daze. I stopped on a boulder and dug in my pack for a granola bar, chewed without taste, washed it down with sips from my water bottle. When I tilted it back, the sunlight caught the liquid inside, and for an instant I swore the surface trembled. Not from my hand, not from air, but as if something inside stirred. I lowered it quickly, spilling drops down my chin. The water was ordinary, cool on my tongue. Still, unease lingered. I capped the bottle tight and shoved it away. By late afternoon, fatigue weighed me down. My legs shook with each step. The river bent through a shallow glade where the trees opened wide, and I saw what looked like a clearing on the far bank. Flat ground, sunlit, ringed by fern. The temptation to cross was sharp. A safer place to rest, away from the river's voice. I scanned for stones shallow enough to hop across. None. The current churned too fast for wading. I stood there, debating, when the sound reached me. It was not my name this time. It was laughter. Thin, delicate, like a child's giggle carried through reeds. My stomach turned cold. The clearing on the opposite bank blurred in my vision, and I realized I could not tell whether the sound came from across the river or within it. My hands clenched at my sides. "No," I whispered, voice raw. But the giggle rose again, joined by another and another, until it sounded like a chorus playing just under the waterline. I stumbled back a step, boots catching on roots. The chorus paused, as if waiting. Then, softly, it shifted. "Eliza," they chimed, voices weaving together in lilting cadence. I pressed my palms to my ears. It made no difference. The sound was inside me, inside the blood that thudded hot in my veins. "Eliza," again, drawn longer, sweeter, coaxing. I bit down hard on the inside of my cheek until the taste of iron filled my mouth. The voices only laughed again, delighted. I ran. I don't know how long or how far. Branches clawed my arms, my lungs burned, but I ran until the light began to fail, until the trees leaned in heavy and the air cooled with dusk. When I finally collapsed, gasping, I realized I had lost sight of the river. My ears rang with silence, and the absence was almost worse. It felt like holding your breath too long, waiting for release. Darkness gathered. I could not bring myself to retrace steps toward the water, yet the thought of sleeping in the deep woods without its sound terrified me. I felt like prey that has strayed too far from its hunter, knowing the pursuit is inevitable. I chose a hollow between two pines and spread my ground sheet with clumsy fingers. No tent, no fire, only my bag unrolled, the zipper clenched in my hands. I crawled inside and pulled it to my chin, every nerve taut. The forest hummed with night insects. My eyes stung from exhaustion, but I kept them wide. And then, slow, seeping, I realized the sound had returned. Not loud, not even outside. It was within my own ears, subtle as blood flow. A whisper threading through veins. "Eliza." My pulse leapt. "Eliza." I clamped my hands over my chest, as if I could silence it by pressure alone. The bag grew damp around me, not with sweat, not with condensation. Cool, seeping, spreading. When I reached down, my fingers brushed water. I shoved the zipper down and lurched upright, panting. Moonlight spilled silver across the ground, and the sheen of water glistened where none should be. It did not pour or puddle. It simply existed, as if the earth exhaled it beneath me. And within that surface, faintly, I saw reflections. Faces, half-formed. Mouths open in silent words. Some looked like mine. Some did not. They shifted when I moved, yet their eyes, dark and lidless, never broke from me. My stomach clenched so hard, I thought I would be sick. I stumbled back, boots splashing through the impossible sheen, and the reflections broke into ripples. The voices rose sharp, layered, urgent. My name again louder, rising until it was a chorus of demand. My knees nearly gave, but I forced them into motion, stumbling deeper into the woods, away from the sheen, away from the faces. Branches tore at me. Night insects fled in startled bursts. I did not stop until my legs buckled, and I fell hard against the trunk of a fallen tree. There I stayed, chest heaving, heart hammering until it hurt. My mind roared with a single thought: the river had followed me. It had seeped into my tent, into the soil, into my body. I had left it behind, but it had not left me. I pressed my hands against the bark, rough and solid, and whispered to myself, "Hold on. Just hold on until morning." But another voice, sly and fluid, whispered from within, "Morning will not change what you are already carrying." I lost track of how long I leaned against that fallen tree. The forest had its own clock, measured in shifts of sound. First the chirr of insects softened, replaced by the hoot of an owl. Later even that faded, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. The sky above filtered through the canopy in torn patches, and I stared at those shreds of stars until my eyes blurred. Every time my lids began to sag, a faint slosh echoed in my skull, like someone walking through shallow water just behind me. I jerked awake, throat raw, but nothing stood there. Nothing I could see. When dawn arrived, it came reluctantly. A gray seeped through the branches, weak and unwilling. I pushed myself up, every muscle protesting. My clothes were stiff with dried dampness, the pack straps cutting into raw shoulders. I knew one thing: I could not keep drifting. Whatever had found me by the river would not tire, but I would. If I didn't choose a direction, it would take me on its own terms. The trailhead lay south, if my memory of the map held. South meant away from the river's main bend, away from the valley where I had camped. I told myself if I kept walking, I would find the road by nightfall. The forest grew dense. Roots curled like veins across the ground, forcing me to lift my boots high. Sunlight slanted weakly, a thin blade that never quite cut through the shadows. I kept my eyes fixed ahead, refusing to glance at any gleam of water between the trees. Each glint felt like a trap, as though the river was throwing lures in my path. Still, I could not stop my ears from pricking at every faint hush, every suggestion of my name. Sometimes it was there, sometimes not, but it was always close enough that I couldn't dismiss it. By noon I stumbled into a clearing where a stand of birch circled an open patch of grass. Relief hit me sharp. Not because it was safe, it wasn't, but because it was open, a place where I could see everything. I dropped my pack and stood breathing hard, palms pressed to my knees. For a moment the air seemed still. No whisper, no damp creeping, just the wind fingering the birch leaves. Then I noticed the ground. Grass lay pressed flat in the exact outline of a tent, corners sharp, rectangle precise. I knew that shape. My stomach dropped. I backed away slowly, eyes fixed on it. The flattened grass looked fresh, as though weighted just minutes before, but no tent stood there. No trace of fabric pole's zipper. Only the impression waiting. My boot caught on a root and I nearly fell. In the silence that followed, the birch leaves hissed like laughter. I grabbed my pack and bolted, heart battering my ribs. The forest blurred. I no longer cared about direction, only speed, only away. My breath tore in gasps until my throat burned raw. When finally my legs refused another step, I collapsed on a slope littered with pine needles. I pressed my forehead to the earth, gasping, and in the hollow roar of my pulse I heard it again, "Eliza." This time it wasn't a whisper. It was firm, certain, spoken as if from inside my chest. My body lurched with the force of it, and I clamped both hands over my mouth to keep from answering. When I dared open my eyes, I saw dampness spreading across the pine needles beneath me. It wasn't rain. The sky above was bright, cloudless. The water oozed from nowhere, forming a sheen around my hands. Faces flickered faintly in its surface, too quick to hold shape. My breath stuttered. I scrambled back until my spine hit a trunk. The sheen did not follow, but it glistened there, patient, as though waiting for me to crawl inside. I forced myself up again and staggered downhill. The slope grew steep, rocks jutting, soil loose. My boots slipped and I crashed hard, sliding until I fetched up against a log. Pain shot through my arm, but I hauled myself upright. Ahead, through the trees, I saw it, the river again. Wide, glinting, endless. No matter how I tried to leave, it found me. Or perhaps I had been circling all along, drawn without realizing. I stood frozen, staring at the water. The current moved steady, silver and smooth, but the surface wasn't right. It bulged in places, subtle humps, something pressing upward from below. Each bulge traveled downstream and dissolved, only to rise again further on. As I watched, one bulge paused directly opposite me. A pale oval pushed against the surface, straining upward, and then a face broke through. Human in outline, but too thin, too long. Its eyes opened first, black, leadless, and its mouth stretched to shape my name. I staggered back, choking. The face sank, but another bulge rose further on. Another oval pushing free, another mouth forming the syllables. Then another. The river was full of them, dozens, maybe hundreds. All straining upward, all whispering Eliza. I don't remember deciding to move. Only that my feet were carrying me down to the bank. My pack slipped from my shoulders, forgotten. I waded forward, water soaking my boots, then my legs. Cold gripped me, sharp as knives. But the voices rose, coaxing, and my body leaned into them. My name was a rope pulling me closer. I stepped deeper until the current tugged strong at my thighs. Then a jolt of terror cracked through the fog. I saw my reflection in the surface, me, pale and hollow-eyed. And beside it, another reflection, almost identical but with a mouth already moving, already answering. It smiled with my teeth. Revulsion surged hot, snapping me back. I stumbled, nearly swept sideways by the current. My boots caught on rocks, my arms flailed. I dragged myself backward, clawing toward the bank until at last I collapsed on mud, chest heavy, throat raw with a sob I hadn't meant to make. The river laughed. Not voices now, but a rolling chuckle made of current, a bubbling mockery. I shoved myself upright and staggered into the trees, away from its reach. My clothes clung heavy, dripping. My skin burned with cold. I did not stop until the water was only a whisper behind me. And still, in the silence of the forest, I could hear the echo of that laugh under my heartbeat. As daylight waned, delirium set in. My thoughts tangled, my legs quaked. I half believed I saw trails between the trees, faint footpaths leading somewhere human. I followed one until it opened into a grove where someone had built a lean-to from branches. Relief surged. I wasn't alone. I staggered closer, calling hoarsely, but the lean-to was vacant. Inside lay a journal, damp but legible, pages warped. I opened it with shaking fingers. The first page bore only one sentence, repeated again and again in different scrawls. Do not sleep by the river. Every page after was the same, the words growing jagged, desperate. Some lines bled into the paper as if written with wet ink, though the pages were old. I dropped the journal and stumbled back. The lean-to smelled of rot, of mildew, as though water had seeped through it over and over. My skin crawled with certainty. Whoever had written those words had heard what I was hearing, had seen what I had seen, and they had not escaped. The thought coiled cold in my gut. If the river could erase tents, erase fire rings, it could erase people. swallow them whole until only their names remained, whispered in the current. Dark closed in fast. I had no fire, no tent. Nothing but my sodden clothes and the gnawing certainty that the river was near, always near. I slumped against the lean-to's frame, too weak to push further. My body demanded rest, but my mind screamed against it. I bit my lip until it bled, nails digging crescents into my palms. Still my eyes dragged shut, and in the dark behind them I saw faces rising through water, mouths opening, voices calling me closer. Eliza. I jolted awake to dampness against my cheek. The ground beneath me gleamed, slick and reflective, though no rain had fallen. My own face stared back at me from the sheen, lips parted, eyes wide. Around it, other faces crowded, pressing close, whispering, urging. The lean-to creaked as though shifting in water. Panic burst through me, and I stumbled to my feet, legs trembling. The sheen spread outward, glimmering in moonlight, swallowing grass, crawling up the logs. The faces pressed closer. My reflection's mouth moved with theirs. I turned and fled into the forest, branches tearing my arms, thorns catching my clothes. I did not stop. I do not know if I will ever stop. The river is inside me now, whispering with every heartbeat. Every pool of shadow gleams like water. Every silence carries my name. I don't know how far I've come, or if I have left at all. Perhaps I never walked from that first tent. Perhaps the river only let me believe I did. All I know is this: when I close my eyes, I see my reflection smiling with another's mouth, and I hear the water speaking back in my voice. And one day soon, I think, it will not let me wake again. My name is Callum Price, and I have always believed myself to be a cautious camper. I do not stray from marked trails without a good reason. I never sleep without first checking the weather reports, and I keep my food sealed and stored properly because I have no desire to end my days as a grizzly's midnight snack. I am not reckless, nor am I the sort of hiker who treats the wilderness as a playground without consequences. That is precisely why the night I spent near the abandoned ranger station unsettles me more than any close call with nature. Wild animals, storms, accidents, those are dangers you can prepare for. What I saw, and what I cannot explain, is something altogether different, and it has followed me in memory ever since. I had been on a solo backpacking trip through a stretch of backcountry that still sees only a trickle of visitors each summer. The trail is maintained enough that you can follow it with confidence, but once you leave the official campsites, you are on your own. My plan was modest: 2 nights out. One looping trail that brought me back to my car, without covering the same ground twice. I knew there was an old fire road marked on my map, and on the edge of it, scrawled almost as an afterthought, a notation: Old Ranger Station, derelict. I had heard of such places, small cabins or towers, that once housed rangers in earlier decades, now forgotten when budgets shifted or trails were rerouted. The idea of camping near one intrigued me. Shelter, even if abandoned, carries a kind of psychological comfort. I thought I might pitch my tent beside it, maybe take some photos, and in the morning continue my loop. I had not planned for the station to become a focal point of dread, nor for it to feel less like a ruin and more like something waiting. The day I hiked in was clear and warm, sunlight spilling through firs and pines, the air sharp with resin. I found the fire road easily, a corridor cut decades ago, but now softened at the edges, moss crawling over gravel, grass thick in the center, where no tires had passed in years. After half a mile, I saw it a squat structure of timber, the roofline slightly sagging but intact. 2 windows on the front dark and dust, clouded. The door hung crooked on one hinge, swaying just slightly in the breeze though the air around me was still. I felt a twinge then. Not fear exactly, but unease, the kind you get when stepping into a place that hasn't been touched in far too long. I circled it first, cautious as ever. The back wall was weather, gray, the paint long gone. One shutter clung by a single rusted nail. I noted scat by the foundation. Likely raccoon or fox, and claw marks in one corner, where something had tried to dig beneath. But the structure stood, defying collapse, and I told myself it would do no harm to set my tent nearby. There was a patch of level ground 10 yards off, just beyond the tree line, where the soil was soft enough for stakes but clear of roots. I pitched my tent, filtered water from a nearby stream, and cooked a simple dinner as the evening dimmed. By the time the sun slid down, the station had become only a silhouette, a black box against the dying light. I ate quickly, the quiet pressing in. It was the kind of quiet you notice only when you stop to listen. No distant planes, no insects buzzing, no wind in the canopy. Just the kind that feels full, as though silence itself had weight. I tried not to dwell on it. A place so deep in the woods could fall into natural stillness. I zipped into my tent with a book and my headlamp, willing the unease to pass. Sometime after midnight I woke. The forest was darker than any night I had known. My tent walls faintly luminous from the moon, but not enough to pierce the gloom. At first I could not place why I was awake. Then I saw it. Across the clearing, the 2 front windows of the ranger station glowed. A low, steady light filled them. The sort you would expect from lanterns or perhaps electric bulbs, though I knew there were no lines here, no generator, no source of power. I sat up, pulse hammering. I listened for voices, for footsteps, for any sign that another hiker had found the station and decided to occupy it. But the air carried nothing. The glow remained steady, no flicker of movement across it. Against the light, I saw something else. Shapes. The unmistakable outlines of a figure shifting across one window, then the other. My skin tightened. Whoever it was moved as if pacing, steady back and forth, pausing at times before disappearing from the frame only to reappear again. I wanted to believe it was another camper, someone who had come in late. But then the figure paused, still as stone, and what I saw next unraveled that hope entirely. In the nearest window, backlit and clear, was my silhouette, not a stranger's. Mine, down to the set of my shoulders, the tilt of my head, the outline of my hair. It was me, standing where I was not, moving inside the station though I sat rigid in my tent. And then, it raised a hand. Slowly, deliberately. It lifted an arm in a gesture of greeting or warning, and I watched my own hand wave at me from behind glass I had never touched. I froze. My body refused to obey the instinct to run. For long minutes I sat, the glow steady, my dopelge, unger pacing, turning, pausing, returning to that unnatural mimicry. The longer I steered, the more wrong it seemed. The movements lagged, a beat off from how I remembered moving. When I tilted my head, the figure mirrored me, but late, like a broken reflection. The glow cut abruptly. 1 second the windows burned with yellow light. The next they were void, the figure erased. The silence returned, deeper somehow. I could hear the blood in my ears, the rough drag of my breath. I did not sleep again, only sat until dawn bled weakly into the trees. In morning, the station looked as it had when I arrived at dead wood, crooked door, nothing to suggest life. I forced myself to approach. The front steps creaked under my boots. I put a hand to the door and pushed. The interior was dust-choked, cobwebbed, the floor warped. No lanterns, no stove, no signs of occupancy. Just emptiness, stale and cold. I tried the windows. They were crusted with grime, but intact. No footprints in the dust but mine. And yet, as I turned to leave, I felt that same lagging presence behind me, as if my shadow lingered a second too long when I stepped into the light. I broke camp fast, every nerve on edge. The trail back seemed longer than before. Bends repeating, landmarks shifted. Only by midday did I find the fire road again and put real distance between myself and that ruin. I reached my car exhausted, shaking. My mind still replaying the sight of myself behind glass. I have camped many times since, but never near structures, never near places where people once were. The wilderness alone is safer than whatever waits in those abandoned stations. Because what scares me most is not the wild, not the storms or beasts, but seeing myself where I should not be, waiting inside places left behind. I thought leaving the ranger station behind would close the matter. In daylight, memory can be reshaped, made softer. A trick of moonlight, I told myself, fatigue twisting my senses. The imagination can do cruel things when the night is silent enough. But I learned quickly that distance doesn't dissolve everything. Some things follow, not in footsteps, but in echoes. The first sign came that very evening, when I stopped to rest in a designated backcountry, sight another mile down the trail. The place was ordinary. A flat patch of dirt cleared of brush, a ring of stones marking where campfires once burned, a wooden post with a weathered number carved into it, comforting in its banality. I set my tent again, lit my stove, and boiled noodles. The sun bled out in long streaks of red behind the ridge. The air smelled of pine, wet soil, steam. It should have been safe. It should have been normal. But while I ate, I realized I could see something faint in the metal pot's surface. Not my reflection. The angle was wrong. Instead, a window pane. 2 of them. Dark frames, faintly luminous, with something pacing behind. I blinked hard, even scrubbed at my eyes, but when I looked again it was gone. The pot showed only firelight, my own worn face, the trees behind me. Yet the nausea in my gut stayed, and I packed the meal away unfinished. I slept badly, jerking awake at the smallest sounds. Each time I swore I heard glass creak under strain, though there was no glass within miles. The second sign was louder. On the third morning, hiking with a rhythm, meant to keep my mind occupied. I heard footsteps matching mine on the trail behind me. I turned quick, expecting to see another hiker. Nothing. Just the narrowing corridor of spruce and fir, the soil churned by roots. I waited, standing still, and the echo waited too. I walked again. It followed. The same tempo, the same spacing, just behind my shoulder where my eyes couldn't quite reach. It felt like being mirrored again, only this time without a frame, without a separation of glass. I pushed harder on the trail, my thighs burning, my lungs raw. When I finally broke onto a ridge and saw the sweep of valley below, I stopped and spun in a full circle. Still no one. Just silence. But in the silence, I heard my own breath doubled, delayed by a heartbeat. My chest rose, and a second later, I heard the hiss of another inhale. My chest fell, and then, softer, the exhale of something just out of view. I stayed on the move after that, nerves taut. I thought of cutting my trip short, abandoning the loop. But the geography of the trail left me committed. To backtrack would have doubled the miles, and I was already low on food. The only way was forward. So forward I went, though each step felt watched. By the final night, I was nearly spent. My water filter clogged. My shoulders ached under the pack straps. I found another campsite, less official this time. Just a patch of dirt by a shallow stream. I laid out my tent by rote, fumbling the poles with stiff fingers. Darkness fell quick, too quick. I lay down and shut my eyes, and sleep ambushed me, the kind that comes from exhaustion rather than peace. What woke me was the glow. Again. At first, it was subtle. A faint pulse through the tent fabric, pale and unnatural. I sat up, throat dry. The glow spread stronger until it painted the nylon with a warm yellow. My heart knew before my brain did. I unzipped the flap. Across the stream, no more than 30 feet away, stood the ranger station. Perfect. Whole. Its windows lit. Its silhouette wrong against the trees. I knew it couldn't be there. I had left it a day's hike behind, but the sight was as clear as any sunrise. Inside those windows, shapes moved. One shape. My shape. It paced, turned, leaned against the frame, and I could swear it smiled. Not wide, not grotesque, but with a calm, practiced familiarity, like someone trying on my face for comfort. I staggered from the tent, stumbling on roots, my head shaking as if I could rattle the image loose. The station did not dissolve. If anything, it grew sharper as I approached the stream. The water reflected it perfectly, each glowing window doubled in ripples. And in the reflection, I noticed something the real station did not show. A second figure, not mine, taller, hunched, moving behind my double. Its hands rose, slow, long-fingered shadows stretching, until they seemed to rest on my silhouette's shoulders. I snapped my gaze up to the real windows. Nothing. Just me, still pacing. But when I looked back down into the reflection, the taller figure pressed closer, its head bending low, almost as if whispering. My double nodded. My knees nearly gave. I stumbled back, tripped over a stone, and hit the ground. When I looked again, both reflection and station were gone. The woods lay empty, stream babbling, as if none of it had happened. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat with my pack already strapped, knife in hand, though I doubted a blade would help against whatever this was. The glow didn't return, but I heard things. Creaks, cracks, the faint metallic slide of a zipper, though mine was closed tight. Once, near dawn, I felt the unmistakable vibration of a boot step, right outside the tent. I didn't open the flap. I didn't want to see whose boot it was. By sunrise, I broke camp with shaking hands. The final miles out passed in a blur. I barely looked at the forest around me, afraid of catching movement in my periphery. When I reached the lot where my car waited, the relief nearly toppled me. Civilization, other hikers, trailhead signs, asphalt. These things carried a weight of safety. I thought I was free. But that night, home in my apartment, I saw it again. Not the station itself this time. Just the windows. I keep a mirror on my dresser. When I passed it after a shower, towel slung over my shoulder, I froze. The mirror did not show my bedroom. It showed 2 square panes of yellow glow, and within them a pacing figure. Me. Except I was standing still, staring slack-jawed at the glass. My reflection moved while I didn't. I slammed the mirror face down, heart galloping. The room smelled faintly of dust and timber, though I had scrubbed myself raw with soap. When I dared to lift the mirror again, it only showed what it should me, pale and dripping, eyes hollow with fear. Yet every night since, some part of me avoids mirrors. windows, any surface that might hold a reflection too long. Because I know it will come back. Maybe not in glass, maybe not in water, but somewhere, those glowing windows will appear, and inside them, I will still be pacing. The wilderness didn't let me go. It followed me home. And what scares me most is the thought that one day, the figure behind the glass will stop copying me, step closer, and trade places entirely. I should have destroyed the mirror when I first saw the windows inside it. Instead, I tried to reason with myself. Stress, lack of sleep, leftover paranoia from too many nights alone in the backcountry. If I could just get back to routine, work, friends, normal rhythms, the memory of the ranger station would lose its power. That was my mistake. Routine didn't cure it. Routine only gave it more places to appear. It began small. I'd catch a flicker of yellow in the corner of my eye when passing shop windows downtown, though inside the shops the light was white, fluorescent. I'd look at the stainless steel refrigerator in my kitchen and find the faint outline of a window pane glowing across the brushed metal surface. It was never constant, never long enough for me to prove. Just flashes, enough to keep me off balance. Enough to convince me that reflection itself had become a doorway for whatever shadow lived in that ruin. Friends noticed the change. They asked if I was sick. I laughed it off, said work was heavy, sleep was light. I couldn't explain that when I tried to meet, gaze over coffee, their eyes became mirrors too, and in them, sometimes, I saw myself pacing in a place that didn't exist. How do you say that aloud without sounding unhinged? The worst was at night. In my apartment, alone, I began to hear glass flexing. Not shattering, not breaking. Just that subtle bowing sound, like a pain under pressure from the wind. It would come from the window by my bed. Sometimes from the black screen of my television. Sometimes, worst of all, from the bathroom mirror when the light was off. I'd lie frozen listening, knowing that if I stood too quickly, I might see the glow and the figure behind it. Knowing that if I looked long enough, I'd notice the taller shadow again, the one whispering to the shape of me. I tried avoidance. Sheets over mirrors, electronics unplugged, curtains drawn tight. That's when the dreams began. I would wake drenched, gasping, certain I had spent the night walking inside that station. The dust under my fingernails, the creak of its floorboards, the musty smell of wood rot in my lungs. I'd dream of standing in front of those windows, staring out, waiting for myself to pass. And sometimes I would see me there, in the woods outside, staring back in horror, while my reflection smiled faintly from the inside. After weeks of this, I did what no rational person should. I went back. I told myself the answer had to be there, in that clearing where the station stood rotting. If I could confront it, maybe it would end. Or maybe some part of me knew the truth, that leaving it behind had never meant escaping it. So I drove again to the same trailhead, pack strapped, boots laced. The sky was overcast, a smear of gray that pressed low over the ridges. The air tasted metallic, storm not yet broken. The hike felt shorter this time, as though the forest was eager to usher me in. I found the fire road, its gravel sinking deeper under moss, its shoulders tighter with brush. And then, without surprise, I saw it again. The ranger station, standing as before. Sagging roof, crooked door. Windows black in the gloom. Just as I remembered, and yet different, more solid, as if the weeks away had given it strength. I circled once more, nerves quaking but legs steady. The back wall bore the same claw marks. The shutter still hung by one nail. I reached the door and pushed. It opened easier than before, swinging wide without protest. Inside, the dust remained. Cobwebs shivered in the draft, but the air different. Not stale this time. Damp, almost wet. Breathing felt like drinking fog. I stepped in. The floor groaned. My own boots tracked new prints across the dust, but as I looked closer, I realized there were others. Fresh. Identical to mine, but leading deeper, into corners I hadn't walked. My breath faltered. The prints overlapped and curved in patterns that suggested pacing. The same restless steps I had seen in the glow. The steps of myself, but not me. I heard the door shut behind me. Not slam, not creak, just the gentle sound of wood easing closed. I spun. Nothing stood there, but in the windows, light blossomed. Warm yellow, filling the glass until the interior was bathed in it. I stood in the glow, my shadow stretching long. And then I saw it. Not a reflection, not a trick. The glass itself had depth. The windows no longer looked out onto forest. They looked into a different room. A cleaner one. Same dimensions, same timber walls, but fresh, whole. And inside that version of the station stood me. The other Callum. He smiled faintly. He raised his hand in greeting, just as before. Behind him, taller, hunched, something shifted. Long fingers curled onto his shoulders. I stepped back, but the floorboards held me as if they gripped my boots. I tried to shout, but the sound came a moment late, rasped, wrong. My voice echoed back from the other side of glass before I finished speaking. The other me moved forward. His hand pressed to the window. Lines on the palm matched mine exactly. My own hand, reaching from the wrong side. The taller figure bent close. I couldn't see its face. Only the outline, the unnatural stoop, the sense of it whispering directly into the ear of my duplicate. My duplicate nodded. Slowly, carefully, he placed both hands on the window frame and began to lean forward. Not against the glass. Through it. The surface rippled, faint like water under wind. His arm pushed through, pale and real, fingertips brushing the dusty air of my side. I screamed, wrenching backward. But the floor clutched me still. The glass bowed outward, as if the windows themselves were breathing, expanding lungs ready to exhale him into my world. Behind him, the taller figure remained, faceless but intent, its long hands lifting as though in blessing. I tore one boot free with a desperate wrench, stumbled, fell hard on my side. Pain shot through my ribs, but I crawled, dragging myself toward the door. The glow flooded the room until it burned white, until shadows vanished, until everything was window. I threw myself against the door. It gave. I tumbled out into gray daylight, gasping, choking. When I turned, the station was gone, not rotted, not whole, simply gone. Only trees remained, their trunks straight and mute, the clearing bare. My pack lay against the roots where I had dropped it. My footprints ended at the door that was no longer there. I staggered away, stumbling down the fire road until the forest blurred. I don't remember reaching the car. I only remember the city later, the sound of traffic, the comfort of distance. Yet the comfort is false, because even now, as I write this, I see them sometimes. Reflections in darkened windows at night, the faint glow in a puddle after rain. Myself pacing inside, and always behind me, taller, patient, whispering. What scares me most is not the wilderness anymore. It is not storms or beasts, not hunger or cold. What scares me most is the knowledge that one day, the figure in the window will not stop at pressing through. One day, the taller shadow will finish its whisper, and I will look into a mirror, and see only the ranger station glowing, empty, waiting. And when that happens, I think I will already be inside. My name is Mateo Singh, and I have always believed that the wilderness holds a language of its own. One that is written in the movement of rivers, the tilt of pines, and the way stone can feel both ancient and alive under the palm. I am 32 years old, an engineer by trade but a wanderer by inclination. And though my friends would often joke that I see maps where none exist, I never imagined how literal that accusation might one day become. When I set out on my most recent solo camping trip, I expected quiet, a chance to reset after weeks of tight deadlines and urban fatigue. Instead, I found myself in a place where the land not only noticed me, but answered me in a tongue built from rocks and silence. I had chosen a section of backcountry where the trails were lightly trafficked, but not entirely abandoned. My topographic map showed ridgelines, old logging routes that had been reclaimed by undergrowth, and a few dotted lines that suggested faint trails still in circulation. What it did not show were cairns. Yet on my second evening, as twilight slid across the valley like a spill of ink, I saw them, a neat stack of stones rising about knee high at the edge of a clearing, balanced so precisely that not even the wind seemed to trouble them. At first, I admired the craftsmanship. Cairns are often used to mark trails above the tree line, or to indicate direction in rocky terrain where paths blur. But here, in this forested hollow, they were unnecessary. The official trail already ran clear. My rational mind told me someone had built a marker for their own purposes. Maybe a hunter noting a blind, or a camper leaving a breadcrumb for their return. Still, curiosity pulled at me like a current, and I followed. One cairn became two, then three, each one visible just far enough from the last to lure me onward. The forest grew stranger with every step. Pines leaned at odd angles, their trunks scarred not by fire, but by something that had stripped narrow lines down their bark as though measuring them. The air carried the metallic tang of rain, though the sky remained unbroken. I told myself the cairns were human, practical, harmless. Yet something in the precision of the stones unsettled me. Each stack contained not just rough field stone, but smooth river rock, pale quartz, even a shard of granite I knew belonged miles upslope. Someone had collected these deliberately, carried them here with intent. By the time I noticed how far I had strayed from the marked trail, the sky had darkened completely. Retracing steps in the forest at night is a fool's errand, so I set up camp in a flat patch between two cairns, telling myself it would only be for the night. My tent rose quickly, my stove hissed to life, and soon I was sipping tea that tasted faintly of pine needles. The cairns ringed me at a distance like quiet sentinels. I told myself they were guardians, not threats. Sleep did not come easily. Every time my eyelids sagged, I thought I heard pebbles shifting outside. Tiny clinks, deliberate, too measured for animals. Once, when the wind died entirely, I could have sworn I heard a sound like a throat, clearing, low and grating, followed by the roll of a small stone across packed earth. I told myself it was exhaustion, nerves, imagination. Yet when dawn pried open the trees with pale light, I discovered the first wrongness that could not be explained away. The cairns had moved. Not toppled, not disturbed, not stolen by raccoons or brushed by deer. They had rearranged themselves in the night. Where last evening they stood scattered at irregular intervals, now they formed an unmistakable pattern, a spiral. widening out from the center, where my tent sat like the yolk of an egg. Each stack stood taller, as if extra stones had materialized from the soil itself, their shadows leaning toward me like the spokes of a wheel. The spiral left one gap, narrow but distinct, as though an opening had been left for me. My chest tightened as though the air itself had thickened. I told myself some prankster must have stumbled across my camp and silently toiled through the night, moving stones for the sake of unnerving me. But the rational explanation faltered. I had heard nothing. No footsteps, no grunt of labor, no clatter of rocks tumbling. Whoever, or whatever, had done this worked with impossible silence. I packed quickly, stuffing my stove mat and sleeping bag into my pack with clumsy haste. The spiral gaped at me, that thin passage leading outward, its stones like teeth waiting for the bite. My instincts screamed to leave. I shouldered my gear and stepped into the gap. The forest met me with silence. Birds had not yet begun their morning calls, and the undergrowth seemed to hush itself as I passed. I kept moving, searching for landmarks, straining to relocate the marked trail. When I glanced back, I nearly stumbled. The cairns had shifted again. The gap that had let me through was smaller, now tighter, as though the spiral had exhaled and drawn inward. I blinked hard, certain my eyes were lying, but no, the stacks leaned minutely closer, closing the teeth of the spiral behind me. Panic nipped at my heels. I pushed forward, ignoring the burn-up branches whipping my arms, the ache of my pack straps biting into my shoulders. I wanted distance, wanted sky, wanted to see the official trail's painted blazes again. Yet at every turn, new cairns appeared. On logs, at the base of stumps, even perched improbably atop roots. They guided me or corralled me, I could not tell which. By noon, exhaustion forced me to rest. I found a fallen tree by a stream and dropped my pack, gulping water that tasted faintly of iron. The cairns did not follow me here, at least not immediately. For an hour I sat in wary peace, convincing myself I had outrun whatever pattern was playing itself across the forest. But when I finally stood to move again, I saw a single stack of stones resting in the shallows upstream, wet and gleaming as though it had grown there from the current. I cursed under my breath. Fear is sharpest when it hides inside the ordinary, when something as harmless as a rock becomes an eye. I pressed on, but each time I thought I had broken free, the cairns reappeared. Their spiral was patient, tightening with each hour. That evening, against my better judgment, I made camp again. My body demanded rest, and I told myself I would keep watch through the night, stave off whatever had moved the stones. But wariness betrayed me, and my eyelids fell heavier than resolve. The last thing I remember before sleep claimed me was the moonlight catching on quartz and granite, glinting like a row of watchful pupils. When I woke at dawn, the spiral had completed another turn. The cairns stood closer now, their gap narrower, the passage out reduced to no wider than a single stride. My tent's fabric brushed the nearest stack when I unzipped the flap, and I swore I heard the whisper of stones adjusting, as though offended by my touch. I froze, listening. The forest breathed slow and deliberate around me, as if waiting. I thought of dismantling the cairns, kicking them over, scattering their order back into chaos. But my gut clenched with the certainty that doing so would be worse. That whatever intent lay behind these spirals would punish disruption. So I chose movement, not defiance. I packed again, stepped through the narrowing gap, and forced myself not to look back. The gap closed faster this time. By the time I had walked 50 yards, the cairns behind me were flush, the spiral sealed. I realized, then, the truth that chilled me more than the night air. Ever could the stones were not guiding me outward at all. They were hurting me. The realization that I was being hurted sank into my chest, like a stone dropped in a still pool, rippling outward until it filled every corner of my thoughts. I told myself not to look back, not to count the cairns, not to measure how the spiral was closing behind me. But the harder I tried to resist, the more I felt their pull. Each step was not away from them, but toward whatever center they intended, as though the path had been chosen long before my boots touched the soil. The forest itself seemed altered. Pines that yesterday grew wild and crooked now leaned with eerie symmetry, their branches forming an arch that funneled me forward. The ground was too clean, free of fallen needles and natural clutter, as though swept by an unseen caretaker. And always, the cairns appeared at the crook of a route, at the edge of a clearing, perched like balanced skulls on logs that should not have supported them. Each one was taller, more elaborate, as if absorbing pieces of the land with every mile. By late morning, the air thickened. The forest's silence had weight, pressing against my ears until even my own breathing sounded foreign, too loud, a trespass in a temple. Once or twice, I thought I heard something layered beneath it, like a chorus of stones rubbing together deep underground, grinding in low, deliberate rhythm. My rational brain scrambled for explanations. Maybe a landslide in the distance, maybe underground water shifting the earth. But the rhythm had cadence, and cadence suggested intention. When thirst finally drove me to a stream, I almost missed the cairn waiting mid-current. Water lapped at its base, yet it stood unwavering, stacked high with slick stones no human could have arranged without wet footprints or toppled rocks around it. I crouched to drink, but the stream's reflection held my gaze. The surface mirrored my face with perfect clarity, except the eyes. My reflection blinked a fraction too late, its pupils dark holes that swallowed more light than they returned. I stumbled back, choking on water I hadn't even swallowed. The cairn in the stream seemed to lean, though my mind screamed that rocks could not bend. I did not drink again. The hours bled together as I walked. My compass needle spun aimlessly, refusing to point true north. When I unfolded my map, the lines seemed altered trails, blurred, contours softened, as though the paper itself no longer wanted to guide me. I shoved it back into my pocket with shaking hands. Whatever this place was, it had no interest in my tools. Hunger gnawed by afternoon, but I couldn't bring myself to cook. The thar fire felt offensive, like it would call attention I didn't want. Instead, I chewed dry granola, crumbs sticking to the sweat at the corners of my mouth. The cairns had drawn closer together, now within 30 feet of one another. If the spiral kept tightening, I knew it would soon allow no room at all. That night I forced myself to camp again, though every instinct screamed to keep walking. My legs betrayed me. Exhaustion made my pack feel like lead. I pitched the tent on a slope, hoping the angle would make it harder for cairns to arrange themselves nearby. But when I unzipped the flap at first light, the ground had shifted. Stones ringed the tent as though they had grown from the earth overnight, smaller than cairns, but purposeful, each one with a white quartz pebble set at its peak like an eye. My heart thundered. I shoved everything into my pack without care, left the tent half collapsed, and pushed forward. I didn't care where I went anymore, so long as it was away. But the land twisted, no matter which direction I took. North by compass, east by the lean of trees. I always emerged into the spiral's pattern. It was as if the forest folded, a paper maze reshuffling to keep me inside. Around midday, I tried something desperate. I approached a cairn and knocked the top stone loose. It hit the earth with a muted thud. Nothing happened. Encouraged, I shoved harder, toppling the whole stack into rubble. The silence afterward was total, like the forest inhaled and forgot how to exhale. For a moment, I thought I had broken whatever spell bound the stones. Then came the sound. It started beneath my boots. A vibration, faint at first, like a train far away. It grew into a groan, the kind boulders make when glaciers drag them across bedrock. Every cairn within sight quivered. Pebbles rattled down their flanks, but they did not collapse. Instead, the scattered stones at my feet rolled together, drawn by some unseen force, and reassembled themselves before my eyes. This time the cairn was taller, and it faced me. No, that wasn't right. Rocks don't have faces. But the way the quartz glinted at its peak, aligned with the tilt of the surrounding stones, mimicked the geometry of eyes and a mouth. The mouth gaped toward me, dark and inviting, though nothing lay inside but shadow. I ran. Branches clawed at my arms, tore my sleeves, but fear drove me harder than pain. The cairns multiplied as I fled, rising on either side of my path, forcing me to zigzag until the forest spun. Once I tripped and rolled down a slope, landing hard against a trunk. When I looked up, 3 cairns stood at the crest of the hill I'd fallen from, aligned in a row, watching like sentinels. By dusk, I could barely move. My lungs scraped raw, my thighs burned, and my stomach cramped with emptiness. The spiral had not loosened. If anything, it was smaller now, coiling tighter with each step. I stumbled into a clearing and dropped my pack. This time I didn't pitch the tent. I just sat back against a tree and waited for the dark to thicken. The cairns glowed faintly in moonlight, pale quartz catching every beam like teeth in a smile. I tried to keep my eyes open, but exhaustion dragged them shut. Dreams came immediately. Dreams of stone corridors twisting underground, lit by veins of quartz that pulsed like arteries. I walked those corridors in silence, my footsteps muffled by dust. Behind me, something followed, not with footsteps, but with the scrape of stone on stone, steady, patient. I woke with dawn, sweating, throat parched. The cairn stood closer. The gap left for me now was barely shoulder wide. I squeezed through, pack scraping, and the stones shifted imperceptibly to tighten behind me. The forest ahead sloped downward. For the first time in days, if it had been days, I smelled water, not metallic like before, but fresh, running, alive. I staggered toward it with desperate hope. At the base of the slope lay a pond, round and still as glass. Its surface reflected the sky perfectly, a mirror untouched by breeze or insect. At the pond's edge, cairns ringed the water in a perfect circle. They leaned slightly inward, as though craning to watch. My throat begged me to drink, but my gut twisted. Still, I knelt, cupped my hands, and raised the water to my lips. It tasted like stone. Cold, heavy, as though it carried the weight of centuries. I spat it out, gasping. When I looked again at the surface, my reflection had changed. The spiral I had walked was etched faintly into the skin of my cheek, lines of pale light circling toward my mouth. I rubbed frantically, but the pattern remained, shimmering just beneath the flesh like veins. The cairns trembled, their quartz eyes flashing. The ground beneath me pulsed, once, twice, like the beat of a hidden heart. I realized then what they were doing. The spiral was not a trap to hold me. It was a pattern to shape me, to make me part of whatever language the stones were speaking. And the language was not finished. The lines beneath my skin did not fade, even when I scrubbed with dirt and water until my flesh burned red. The pale spiral remained, glowing faintly in rhythm with something deeper than my pulse. Every beat reminded me that the cairns had already claimed me, and running no longer meant escape, it only meant delay. Still, I ran. I circled the pond, pushing through reeds, splashing into the muck where the stone ring was weakest. But the cairns adjusted. They shifted when I wasn't looking, closing ranks, funneling me not outward but inward, toward the water's mirrored surface. Each step I took forward, the reflection rippled in ways that did not match my movements, as though someone else, something else, was pacing me from below. I threw a rock at the water. It struck hard, shattering the surface with concentric waves. Yet beneath the splash, the reflection remained whole, untouched. My own face stared back at me, blinking, mouth curling into a smile I did not make. The spiral marks etched on its cheek gleamed brighter than mine, sinking deeper into its flesh until they formed a whirlpool of light spiraling toward the mouth. I staggered back. The cairns leaned closer, their quartz eyes flashing like a signal. My pack felt like an anchor. I dropped it, leaving everything, tent, stove, map, to rot. Nothing I carried mattered anymore. Only movement, only refusal. The forest thickened. Trees pressed tight, their trunks aligned in unnatural symmetry, as though grown from a blueprint. Between them, cairns sprouted, smaller this time, ankle high, like seedlings of stone. I kicked at one in panic. It tumbled apart, clattering across the soil. A voice followed. No, not a voice, but the grinding of stones, layered and overlapping, a chorus of friction that resolved into syllables. I could not understand the words, but the tone was unmistakable. It was laughter. I ran until I fell, scraping my palms raw on granite. When I lifted my head, the clearing before me stopped me cold. The spiral had reached its center. Cairns circled a pit wide enough to swallow a house. At first, I thought it was a sinkhole. Its rim was lined with quartz, sharp and jagged, catching the light of a sun that seemed too bright for the hour. The air above it shimmered with heat, though the forest itself lay cool. And from within rose a sound, the grinding chorus, louder now, layered with what almost passed for human voices. They called not words, but fragments. My name, broken and repeated, Matteo, 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 each syllable falling like a stone down a well. My knees weakened. I told myself I could turn back, could force through the trees, could pretend none of this existed. But the spiral burned beneath my skin, tightening like a leash. My body betrayed me. I walked forward, step by step, until I stood at the pit's edge. The cairns leaned inward, guiding, urging. The ground beneath me pulsed. And then I saw them. Hands, not flesh, not bone. Hands made of stone, dozens, rising from the pit's shadow. Their fingers were granite shards, their palms slabs of basalt, each one carved by erosion into shapes too deliberate to be accident. They reached for me, palms upturned, as though inviting me to join their congregation. No, I whispered, though my voice was barely sound. The reflection in the pond had shown me smiling, and now I understood why. The spiral was not meant to kill me. It was meant to teach me, to fold me into its pattern until I no longer resisted. My breath quickened, but not from panic. Some deeper rhythm was overtaking mine, a cadence that did not belong to lungs or blood, but to stone itself. The grinding chorus settled into a tempo, and my chest echoed it unwillingly. I clutched at the dirt, forcing myself back, dragging my body from the pit's edge. Stones rolled under my palms, pressing spirals into my skin. The cairns quivered, but they did not collapse. Instead, they swayed like worshippers, bowing in unison, urging me forward. Then the pit spoke. It was not sound, not exactly. It was vibration, a tremor that rattled my teeth, shook my bones, and spread through the spiral etched on my cheek till it sang inside my skull. Images flooded my mind, mountains eroded into valleys, rivers carving canyons, glaciers grinding bedrock to dust. The voice was time itself, the language of stone and pressure and patience. It told me one thing: everything returns to the spiral. I screamed, not in defiance, but in terror of how much of me wanted to obey. My legs wavered. I teetered toward the pit. The stone hands reached higher, quartz fingertips glinting. At the last moment, instinct shoved through. I tore the knife from my belt and drove it into my own arm, dragging the blade across the spiral mark. Pain lanced hot, blood gushed bright. The glowing lines flickered, disrupted by the wound. For the first time in days, the cairns froze. Their swaying stopped. The grinding chorus faltered. I fell to my knees, clutching my arm, gasping. The forest held its breath. Then the cairns shuddered violently, as though angered, and the spiral beneath my skin reignited, brighter, fiercer. My blood seeped into the soil, and the ground drank it eagerly, pulling the spiral tighter. I stumbled backward away from the pit. My knife slipped from bloody fingers. The cairns quaked, their quartz eyes blazing. Pebbles rattled, stacking themselves higher. The pit exhaled, a rush of hot air that smelled of dust older than memory. The stone hands withdrew, sinking into shadow. No plan, no thought, just pure flight. The forest blurred. The spiral in my skin burned hotter with each step, but I kept moving, desperate for any break, any chance at escape. The trees thinned, light grew, and then, miracle or cruelty, I broke through onto a road. An old logging track, half reclaimed by grass and weeds. Tire ruts scarred the earth, and somewhere far off, I thought I heard the growl of an engine. Civilization, or at least the echo of it. I collapsed on the gravel, sobbing, bleeding, shaking. The cairns did not follow. The spiral under my skin dimmed to a faint glow, pulsing with each heartbeat, but weaker now. Like an ember instead of flame. I pressed my face into the dirt, letting grit sting my wound. For the first time since I had followed the first stack of stones, I felt distance. But distance is not escape. As I staggered down the road, each step dragging, I realized the cairns had not needed to follow. They were already inside me. The spiral on my cheek no longer hurt, no longer glowed, but I could feel it, nested beneath the skin like a seed waiting to grow. And sometimes, when the wind shifted, I heard the grinding chorus still, faint but insistent, carried through the bones of the earth. I don't know how far I walked before I found a ranger station. The man who opened the door looked startled at my state. Mud-streaked, arm bleeding, face etched with a faint pattern that looked like a scar but wasn't. He asked what happened. I opened my mouth to answer, but what came out was not language. It was stone grinding syllables that did not belong to me. His expression changed, not to confusion, to recognition. He nodded slowly, as if he had heard it before. And in that moment I understood the spiral never ends. It only widens. My name is Harper Vance, and I am 27 years old. I have always considered myself a person of steady nerves, not easily rattled by the strange sounds and shifting shapes that often stir unease in the wilderness. I spent much of my youth camping with my father in the wooded foothills of Virginia, learning to read weather by the color of clouds and to judge distance by the echo of an owl's call. The outdoors have never been foreign to me. Rather, they feel like an extension of home. Perhaps that familiarity is what blinded me to the strangeness that began that particular night. The night I woke to the sound of a zipper being drawn open when I knew for certain that every living soul in camp was already accounted for within our tent. It had been a long day of hiking. My friends and I had followed a trail that wound through a mixture of pine and maple, the air damp with early spring moisture. The soil squelched under our boots in certain low patches, but for the most part the path was firm, rising toward a small ridge that promised a view of the valley below. We reached it near dusk, the trees parting to reveal a swath of sky painted in dying light. We were 4 in total: myself, Aaron, who had organized the trip, Marcus, who had reluctantly agreed in order to unplug for a while, and Daniel, who had never once complained, though I could see the weight of his pack was more than he had expected. That night, we pitched a tent large enough to hold all of us, though it was a tight squeeze. Marcus had argued for separate shelters, but the ground we chose was rocky, and finding multiple flat patches would have taken more effort than any of us wanted after 12 miles on foot. So we compromised. We stacked our gear at the far side of the tent, made room for sleeping pads, and agreed that no one should shift too much during the night, lest elbows and knees jab where they did not belong. I drifted off with ease. My body ached, but it was the good ache of honest exertion. My dreams were ordinary fragments of conversation carried on mountain breezes, the distant rattle of branches. Then something pulled me awake, sharp and undeniable. It was the sound of a zipper, clear, metallic teeth catching and releasing one by one. At first, it made perfect sense. Someone had decided to step outside for air, or perhaps to relieve themselves. I rolled onto my side and expected to find Aaron or Marcus fumbling with the flap. Instead, I saw Aaron's shape rising and falling steadily in sleep, his breath a soft whistle. Beyond him lay Marcus, snoring faintly. To my left, Daniel was curled tightly in his bag, eyes shut. All 3 were present. None were moving. The sound did not stop. The zipper continued its slow descent, deliberate and patient. I froze, my mind racing to align what I heard with what I saw. The zipper was at the front flap of the tent, mere inches from my head. Every few seconds it slipped another notch downward, as though invisible fingers tugged gently, but firmly at the pull tab. My first instinct was to sit up and grab it, to secure the flap before it could open fully, but something about the pace held me captive. It was not rushed. It was not clumsy. It was steady, like someone savoring the process. Then I noticed something stranger still. The sound did not stop at the point where the zipper should have met the ground. Instead, it continued, teeth parting further, as though the fabric itself were being unfastened beyond its natural end. I pressed my palm against the nylon, feeling for the pull. But all I encountered was smooth tension. Yet the noise kept going, lower and lower, until I swore it burrowed into the soil beneath us. I whispered Aaron's name, cautious, hoping he might stir and confirm that I was not alone in this. He shifted faintly, but did not wake. I glanced at Marcus, whose snores faltered and then resumed. Daniel remained curled, motionless. None of them had heard. The zipper slowed, paused, then resumed again, dragging now not across fabric, but through something heavier, wetter. The sound reminded me of earth being peeled back, a shovel biting into sod. My heart pounded in my ears, each beat loud enough that I feared it would rouse the others before the intruder did. Finally, the sound stopped altogether. Silence filled the tent, heavy and absolute. I could not even hear the usual creak of branches or chirp of insects. It was as though the forest outside had been muted. I forced myself to lie back, eyes wide open, staring at the shadowed ceiling above me. The urge to look at the flap was almost unbearable. Yet some instinct, deep and primal, told me not to. If I looked, I would see something I could not unsee. Time passed in uneven stretches. My body drifted between shallow sleep and alert dread. Once or twice I thought I heard something shifting outside, weight pressing gently against the earth, but each time it faded before I could be sure. When dawn finally bled gray into the tent, I sat up immediately, as though waking from mare I could finally control. The flap was zipped closed to the ground, neat and normal. There was no sign of tampering, no tear in the fabric, no evidence that anything unusual had occurred. The others stirred gradually, groggy and unbothered. I searched their faces for some hint of shared unease, but they offered only casual complaints about sore backs and stiff legs. When Marcus grumbled about breakfast, I nearly laughed in relief. I considered telling them what I had heard, but the words lodged in my throat. What could I have said? That the zipper had not only opened but kept going, into the earth itself. They would have dismissed it as a dream, the product of exhaustion and imagination. Even I half believed it might have been. Yet as we packed, I could not shake a single detail. The silence. I had camped enough nights to know that forests never truly fall quiet. There are always tiny sounds, wind shifting, birds stirring, water dripping. But last night, when the zipper stopped, the world had gone utterly still. I folded that thought into the back of my mind, telling myself it was nothing. Still, as we shouldered our packs and set off, I found my gaze drawn to the ground where the tent had rested. The soil looked no different, dark and damp with morning dew. But a faint impression lingered in my imagination, like a seam, running just beneath the surface, waiting to be pulled open again. Our hike that day carried us deeper into the range. The trail sloped downward toward a river that wound in and out of view. Aaron kept up a steady stream of chatter about fishing prospects. Marcus trudged silently, earbuds dangling though he had no signal. Daniel, quiet as ever, walked close to me, his eyes often scanning the tree line. Once or twice he caught me watching him and offered a thin smile, as though to say he was fine. But I noticed how often he glanced back over his shoulder, as if expecting someone, or something, to follow. By evening, we reached another clearing, this one wider, with soft grass underfoot. Aaron declared it the perfect spot, and I did not argue. The view was pleasant, the air cooler. We set up the tent with practiced ease. I moved through the motions with outward calm, but inside, unease coiled tighter with every zip and snap of fabric. When Aaron pulled the zipper up at the flap, sealing us inside for the night, the sound struck me with peculiar sharpness. I lay down eventually, feigning normalcy, but my ears were tuned for every faint metallic shift. Sleep came late, and when it did, it carried me only partway, leaving my mind half aware, waiting for the return of that sound. Sleep did not hold me for long. At some hour between midnight and dawn, I woke again, heart already racing as though my body had anticipated the moment. For a few blessed seconds, the tent was filled only with the sound of my friend's steady breathing. Aaron shifted slightly, mumbling something incoherent. Marcus snored with a harsh edge. Daniel exhaled slow and deep, his hand draped outside his sleeping bag. Then I heard it, the sound that had kept me on edge since the night before. The zipper. At first faint, like someone touching the tab lightly, as though testing its weight. Then firmer, teeth parting one by one. My eyes darted to the flap. It was dark, but I could see its faint silhouette against the dim starlight seeping through the mesh. The zipper was moving. I could hear it, feel it, almost taste the metallic slide in my mouth. Aaron, Marcus, Daniel, all still in their places, none of them stirring. I sat up slowly, my breath shallow. The zipper moved downward with that same steady pace as before, not rushed, not hesitant. I thought I could stop it this time, lunge forward and grab the tab before it reached the ground. My muscles twitched with the impulse. But again, something in the rhythm unnerved me, as if it were daring me to interfere. The sound reached the bottom, but like the night before, it did not stop. I heard it continue, unfastening the earth itself. It was impossible yet unmistakable. Soil parting with the same patient slide. A faint draft reached my face, cool and wrong. Not the fresh chill of night air, but something stale, like a basement that had been sealed too long. The scent was faintly metallic, faintly sweet, like rusted iron mixed with rotting leaves. I forced myself to look. The flap was sealed, perfectly intact, but I could still hear the zipper. The noise came from beneath me now, traveling along the ground like an unseen seam, being pulled open beneath our tent. My skin crawled as I imagined the earth yawning silently, revealing something hidden just below the surface. Suddenly Daniel stirred. His eyes snapped open, wide and glassy. He turned his head toward me, his lips moving as if to speak, but no sound came. Then, in the stillness, I heard it. Not the zipper, but a whisper. Faint, layered, like many voices pressed into one. It seemed to rise directly from the soil Harper. I froze. Daniel's lips were still, yet I heard my name again, carried upward through the seams of the earth. Harper, come out. I wanted to shout, to wake Aaron and Marcus, but fear tightened around my throat like a rope. The zipper sound slowed, then stopped. The silence that followed was deeper than before, suffocating. Daniel blinked rapidly, shook his head, and sat up with a confused groan. "What time is it?" he whispered, rubbing his temples. His voice was his own again, ordinary, tired. He looked at me quizzically, unaware of what had just passed between us. I muttered something about not knowing and lay back down, staring at the ceiling until gray light seeped into the tent. When morning came, I could not pretend any longer. As we boiled water for coffee, I told them what I had heard the last 2 nights. The zipper, the impossible continuation, the whispered had stolen Daniel's voice. Aaron laughed first, not cruelly but dismissively. "Man, you were dreaming. Hiking fatigue does that. The mind grabs the weirdest sounds and turns them into something else." Marcus, however, frowned. "Dreams don't make you smell things," he muttered. "You said it smelled what? Like iron?" "Yes," I said quickly, grateful for even a sliver of validation. "Like blood." Daniel was quiet, staring into his tin mug. When I asked if he remembered waking in the night, he shook his head. "I don't. But I had dreams. faces, pressed close, like the tent was thinner than paper. He trailed off, his eyes dark. Aaron tried to keep the mood light, insisting we had spooked ourselves. But Marcus and Daniel said little for the rest of the morning. I noticed how Marcus kept glancing at the ground, beneath the tent before we packed it up, and how Daniel trailed close behind me as we started down the trail. That day's hike felt heavier. The trees seemed denser, the air thicker. I caught myself looking over my shoulder more than once, convinced that if I turned fast enough I would see the zipper continuing behind us, unfastening the very path we walked. By late afternoon, rain began to fall. We hurried to set camp before the ground became too slick. This time, Marcus insisted we choose a spot on bare rock rather than soft earth. No seams in stone, he muttered. Aaron rolled his eyes but agreed, perhaps too tired to argue. The rain drummed steadily on the nylon as night fell. We ate in silence, each of us wrapped in our own thoughts. The tension was palpable, unspoken yet undeniable. Even Aaron had lost his usual levity, his smile forced. When we finally lay down, I told myself the stone would protect us. The zipper could not go deeper than the tent itself. But sometime past midnight, the sound returned. This time it did not begin at the flap. It started directly beneath me. The rasping slide of teeth, parting rose through the stone itself. Impossible yet deafening. I pressed my hands to the floor of the tent, expecting only smooth fabric over rock, but instead I felt vibration. Subtle and steady, like a saw cutting through bone. Aaron stirred first, sitting up abruptly. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. His eyes were wide. Marcus sat up too, his face pale. "It's under us." Daniel pressed his ear to the floor, his body trembling. "It's moving, it's..." He jerked upright, his face ashen. "It knows we're awake." The sound stopped abruptly. Silence again, deep and final. We sat there, the four of us, breathing hard, waiting. Nothing moved, nothing spoke. At last Aaron reached for the lantern and clicked it on. The small pool of light seemed fragile against the dark. "We're leaving," he said firmly. "I don't care if it's the middle of the night. We're not staying here." We packed in frantic silence, hands fumbling, nerves frayed. The rain had slowed to a mist, and the trail glistened wet under our headlamps. We walked quickly, almost running, each of us glancing back, though none of us wanted to admit why. For a while, nothing happened. The forest was alive again with normal sounds. Dripping branches, rustling leaves, the occasional distant cry of an animal. I felt almost foolish, convinced that perhaps the simple act of leaving had freed us. Then Marcus stopped dead in his tracks. "Look," he whispered, pointing to the ground. At first I saw only wet soil, dark and slick. Then I realized what he meant. A line ran through it, faint but unmistakable. A seam, like a zipper track pressed into mud. It stretched along the trail ahead of us, glinting faintly in the lamplight, as though guiding us forward. We followed it in silence, each step heavier than the last. The seam did not veer off into the forest. It stayed with the path, leading us onward. I tried to tell myself it was coincidence, just erosion or some natural fissure, but the pattern was too precise, too deliberate. After nearly an hour, we reached a fork in the trail. One branch sloped upward toward higher ground. The other dipped toward the river. The seam continued down the lower path. Aaron hesitated. "We're not following that thing," he said, his voice firm but shaking. But Daniel shook his head. "Look the upper trail, there's no prints." It hasn't been used in years. We'll get lost. Marcus cursed under his breath. And following that, what? We'll end up underground. The argument stretched, tense and desperate. Finally, Aaron made the decision. Higher ground. End of discussion. We turned toward the upper trail, climbing quickly. The seam did not follow. I glanced back once and saw it remain at the fork, waiting like a closed mouth. Relief came in waves as we climbed. The air grew colder, the forest thinner. Eventually, we found a narrow shelf beneath a rocky overhang. Exhausted, we collapsed there, too tired to argue about comfort. As I drifted on the edge of sleep, I heard nothing. No zipper, no whisper, no unnatural silence. Only wind and the steady rhythm of rain returning. For the first time in days, I allowed myself to hope that maybe we had escaped it. But in the fragile hours before dawn, I woke again. Not to the sound of a zipper, but to Aaron's voice, low and calm, though he was asleep beside me. "Harper," he whispered, "it's still open." I froze the moment Aaron spoke my name. His voice was steady, too steady, and yet his eyes were closed. He lay there beside me, his chest rising and falling in the rhythm of deep sleep. Still, his lips moved, and the words leaked through with a calmness that was more terrifying than any scream. "It's still open," he repeated, quieter this time, like someone speaking through a wall. I whispered his name, hoping to stir him awake, but he did not respond. Marcus shifted on the far side of the overhang, groaning in his sleep. Daniel curled tighter into his bag, murmuring something indistinct. I was the only one awake enough to hear Aaron's borrowed voice echoing from whatever seam we had left behind. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the sound did not stop. It wasn't exactly external. It resonated inside my skull, a vibration threading through bone. When dawn came, Aaron remembered nothing. He laughed when I told him what he had said in his sleep, though the humor didn't reach his eyes. He insisted it was just exhaustion, nerves playing tricks. Marcus looked less convinced, rubbing his temples, muttering about shared delusions. Daniel avoided the conversation entirely, refusing even to look at me. We moved on quickly, anxious to put distance between ourselves and the seam. The forest thinned as we gained elevation, the trees shorter, the air sharper. My body ached with every step, but the pain was almost welcome. It grounded me in the tangible world, the one that obeyed rules. By late afternoon, we reached a ridge where the land opened wide. The river shimmered below, a silver vein cutting through the valley. Relief washed over me at the sight of familiar landmarks. Civilization was still miles away, but at least I knew where we were. We made camp near a cluster of boulders. The rock was cold beneath us, unyielding, but it felt safer than soil. None of us said it aloud, but the choice was mutual. Night fell quickly. The sky was clear, stars scattered like frost. For a while, I allowed myself to believe we were free. The zipper had not followed us. The seams remained below. Then Daniel spoke. "We shouldn't have left it open," he said suddenly, his voice thin. He stared at the fire as though it were the only thing keeping him tethered. "Left what open?" Aaron asked, though the tension in his jaw bid the fact that he already knew. "The ground," Daniel whispered. "The path. It was unzipped, and we just walked away. We didn't close it." Marcus cursed under his breath. "What the hell are you even talking about? You can't close dirt." But Daniel shook his head violently. "That's what it wanted. For us to leave it open. For it to spread." The words struck me harder than I expected. I remembered the seam at the fork in the trail, waiting like a mouth. We had turned away, and it had not followed, because it didn't need to. It was already open. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every sound seemed amplified. The crackle of the fire, the sigh of wind through the rocks. My friends eventually drifted into uneasy slumber, their bodies slack with exhaustion. I alone lay awake, staring at the stars, willing the night to pass. At some hour past midnight, I heard it again. Not the zipper this time, but something worse, a slow dragging sound, like fingers pulling across fabric stretched too tight. It came from the rocks beneath us, a vibration that rattled my teeth. Then the voices rose. Not whispers now, but a low chorus, layered and thick, seeping up through the stone. They spoke no language I knew, yet I understood the meaning all the same. Open, open, open. I jolted upright, heart hammering. The fire had burned low, casting only faint orange glow. My friends were still asleep, their breathing shallow, as though they too were caught in the grip of the voices. The seam was not below the soil anymore. It was everywhere, threading through stone, air, flesh. I felt it running beneath my skin, a line ready to split if only the pull was made. I stumbled from the overhang, desperate for distance. The night was cold, but sweat slicked my neck. The stars above blurred, stretching into thin silver lines. The ground felt unsteady, trembling with each step I took. Behind me, I heard movement. Daniel had followed, his eyes wide and glassy, reflecting the faint firelight. "You hear it too," he whispered. I nodded, unable to form words. "They want us to join," he said softly. "To unzip. To become part of what's underneath." His calmness terrified me more than anything else. He wasn't resisting. He was accepting. I grabbed his arm, shaking him. "We can't. We have to fight it. We can't." But then the ground split. Not with a crack or a quake, but with the familiar, deliberate rasp of a zipper. It ran in a long arc before us, the earth parting neatly, revealing nothing but blackness inside. No soil, no stone, no roots. Just a void, silent and endless. Daniel's face lit with eerie relief. He stepped forward, toward the opening. I held him back with all the strength I had, but his body was rigid with determination. "It's waiting," he whispered. "It called me first. Don't you understand? I was never supposed to make it out." The voices rose louder, pressing against my skull until my vision blurred. I dragged Daniel backward, away from the seam, screaming for Aaron and Marcus. They stumbled from the overhang, eyes wild, weapons of desperation clutched in their hands. Aaron with a branch, Marcus with his knife. They froze when they saw the line in the earth, yawning open, impossible and undeniable. "We have to go," Aaron shouted. "Now." But Daniel broke free of my grip. With one final glance, he stepped forward and vanished into the seam. There was no fall, no impact. He simply slipped through, like fabric sliding apart to admit him. The gap sealed behind him with a sharp, final zip. The silence that followed was absolute. We ran. None of us spoke, none of us looked back. The trail ahead blurred with tears and panic. Every shadow seemed alive, every sound a threat. By dawn, we had descended from the ridge and reached the edge of the forest. Civilization was still miles away, but the trees began to thin, and the world felt marginally less suffocating. When we finally stopped, we collapsed in exhausted silence. The sun rose warm on our faces, but none of us felt its comfort. Daniel was gone. Aaron broke first, his shoulders shaking with sobs. Marcus sat rigid, staring at nothing, his knife still clutched in white-knuckled grip. I could only sit there, numb, the echo of the zipper still reverberating in my ears. We made it back to the trailhead by evening. There were no seams in the ground, no sign of what we had witnessed. To anyone else, it would have looked like any other stretch of wilderness. When rangers asked about Daniel, we told them he had fallen behind, lost somewhere along the ridge. Search parties scoured the trails for days, but they found nothing. No footprints, no clothing, no body. Just emptiness, as though he had been unstitched from the world entirely. Weeks have passed since then, yet the sound follows me still. At night, in the quiet hours before dawn, I wake to the faint rasp of a zipper sliding open somewhere nearby. Sometimes it's the closet, sometimes the wall, sometimes the floor beneath my bed. I know what it wants. It wants me to join Daniel. And I fear that one night, when the sound reaches the end of its patient slide, I will not have the strength to resist. My name is Rowan Hale, and I am 32 years old. By profession, I am a surveyor, though more accurately, I have built a reputation for chasing what is forgotten. I document places that have slipped from maps and memory. Derelict ranger cabins, trails overtaken by moss, lighthouses that no longer throw their beams across black water. That compulsion to find the structures that once mattered drew me toward a fire lookout tower, no longer in use, perched high on a ridge in the Pacific Northwest. Its designation had been stripped from official records years ago. The Forest Service abandoned it after storms sheared away half the supports, leaving the cabin perched precariously above the tree line. Yet word of its survival lingered, like a rumor among hikers. I admit that it was not prudence but pride that made me want to sleep there. I imagined writing about it in my field notes. Rowan Hale, the one who camped at a place everyone else dismissed as condemned. That boast would sit like a metal pinned to my chest. I did not imagine, not then, that pride might become an opening for something else to crawl through. The hike itself was brutal. The trailhead started with cheerful signage. Trail distances, laminated notices about cougars and bears. But the higher I climbed, the thinner the record grew. Blazes disappeared from trees. The soil grew loose with erosion. By the final mile, I had no path at all. Only the upward pull of instinct and the faint skeleton of timber in the distance. When I finally broke the tree line, the tower stood above me like a defiant relic. Its legs were splintered. Several support braces had collapsed. Yet the cabin itself still clung stubbornly to the air, a wooden box balanced on rotten stilts, like a coffin someone forgot to lower. I climbed anyway. The ladder was gone, torn down, perhaps, or claimed by storms. I used a rope to haul myself up the remaining beams. My palms burned where the wood had long since given up its bark. Each creak suggested collapse, but the structure held as if in spite. When I pulled myself into the cabin at last, my chest heaved with exertion and relief. Inside, I found the ghosts of furniture, the skeletal remains of a cot, the bent frame of a chair, a stove rusted beyond recognition. The windows had lost their glass to the winds, yet the view was unbroken, an ocean of trees spilling toward every horizon. I laid out my tent on the cabin floor, thinking a double layer of nylon and wood would keep me safe. The night dropped fast. Cold arrived with it. I cooked a simple meal, beans and rice over my camping stove, and sat by the open window, listening to the forest below. It sounded alive, yet far. No crunch of bear, no shriek of cougar, only the restless murmur of wind, That emptiness felt vast, almost sacred. Sleep came slowly. My body dozed in fragments, but my mind remained alert, pulled to the edges of sound. I remember staring at the ceiling, paint peeling in flakes like dead skin when it began. At first I thought the wind had shifted. A low thud, then another, rhythm pressing into silence. Heavy, deliberate, unmistakable footsteps. They circled below the tower, boots pressing into soil. I froze. My first thought was trespasser, some other hiker, though who else would climb that forsaken ridge at midnight? I strained to hear breathing, conversation, the jangle of gear. Nothing, only the steps, one after another, deliberate as a patrol. They completed a circle, then another. I dared to crawl to the window and look down. The moon was low, painting the ground in silver. I saw no figure, no flashlight, no man. Only footsteps in motion, though they left no trace in the dirt. My skin prickled cold. I told myself to be rational. The mind invents when the body is tired. Perhaps an elk wandered beneath, its weight disguised as human gait. Yet the steps grew sharper, ascending where no animal could. I heard them rise against the beams, one rung at a time, as if climbing a staircase that no longer existed. The tower had no stairs. They had been torn away decades ago. Still, the sound came, precise and confident. A boot met a rung. Another followed. Higher, nearer. The structure shuddered faintly with the pressure of invisible weight. I scrambled back toward my tent, fumbling for my lantern. The flame struck and flared, throwing light across the cabin. The footsteps halted, just shy of the cabin door. Silence pooled, thick enough that I swore I could hear my own pulse echo off the walls. Then, 3 knocks, slow, heavy, on the wood that separated me from air. I did not open. I could not. Every instinct I owned screamed against it. I huddled in my tent, lantern flickering like a fragile heart, until eventually the sound retreated, descending the phantom stairs, circling once more below, then dissolving into wind. Morning felt unreal. The sun painted the ridge gold, and the tower looked innocent in daylight, as if it had never whispered menace. I tried to laugh it away, chalk it to fatigue, but my voice cracked in the attempt. My notes from that morning read shaky, letters stuttering where my hand trembled. Midnight footsteps. Staircase where no staircase stands. Do not open the door. I should have left then. Packed my gear and abandoned the tower to its silence. Yet pride lingered like a hook in my ribs. I told myself that one night was nothing. That I would endure another, and another if needed, just to prove my nerves sturdier than rumor. So I stayed. The second day bled uneventfully. I descended partway down the ridge to fetch water from a stream, though the air grew oddly hushed as I walked. The birds vanishing into stillness. The forest crouched as if holding its breath. By the time I returned to the tower, sweat dampened my shirt and unease coiled in my stomach. Yet again, the cabin offered calm and daylight. I set my lantern by the door, daring whatever waited to face me directly. When night fell, the air thickened like syrup. My tent felt too small, my breath too loud. I watched shadows lengthen across the cabin walls, stretching in ways that did not match the angles of moonlight. Midnight arrived like a door slamming. The first step came, a single thud below, then another, circling. Each lap faster than the last, until the sound spun like a wheel of boots grinding soil. My lantern quivered on its hook. Then the steps began to rise again. Up the phantom stairs they climbed. 1, 2, 3, countless, until the sound stopped just outside. This time there was no knock. Instead, wood groaned beneath pressure, as though something leaned against the doorframe. I held my breath, paralyzed. The silence between us felt intimate, invasive. Then a voice rasped through the crack. Not words, only a breath dragging across syllables that did not exist. Yet it carried the cadence of speech, as if someone tried to recall language from memory too fractured to hold it. My lantern dimmed, flame choking on sudden draft. I lunged forward, clutching it tight, shielding it with my palm. The moment light steadied, the pressure lifted. The footsteps retreated, descending the nothing stairs once more. Again I did not sleep. My mind gnawed on questions until dawn. Who, or what, kept vigil around that tower? Was it the echo of some ranger lost to storms, boots still bound to duty? Or something older, less willing to be named? By morning, pride no longer shielded me. It mocked me, whispering that retreat would mark me a coward. Yet another whisper, quieter, deeper, told me I was already marked. The forest looked different that day, trees leaning as though to eavesdrop, branches pointing toward the tower like accusatory fingers. Even the air smelled altered, tinged with iron and ash. I resolved to stay one last night, to endure whatever circled, to watch it closer, to record proof in my journal. If dawn came without incident, I swore I would descend the ridge for good. But midnight does not bargain. It only takes. I spent the hours before nightfall convincing myself I was prepared. I had my lantern fueled, and lit well before darkness claimed the ridge. I kept my journal open on the crook table, pen poised to catch every sound. I even set my camping knife beside me, though some rational part of me, that meadow would do nothing against what had already walked phantom stairs. These were gestures, not safeguards. The day had passed slowly, each hour thick with dread. I tried to read, but the words fell flat against the page. I tried to eat, but food turned tasteless in my mouth. What weighed heavier than fear itself was the certainty that something would return. Night did not feel like a possibility. It felt like a contract. As the sun bled behind the ridge, shadows swallowed the tower. The forest below shifted from green to black. Once more, the silence grew deliberate, as though the land itself braced for what it knew would come. I lit the lantern early, flame glowing amber across the cabin walls, casting long trembling lines. I sat near the window, notebook open, hands sweating onto the paper. My plan was simple: do not move, do not open the door, do not answer. Just observe. Midnight fell with the weight of a curtain drawn. The first step landed instantly, as though it had been waiting for the hour to strike. A heavy boot pressed into the soil, then another. The circle began. Slow, deliberate, precise. Round and round the tower it went, a metronome marking doom. I wrote the word footsteps in my notebook, hand trembling. The sound thickened, pressing not just on my ears but into my chest, reverberating through my ribs. My heart tried to sync with its rhythm and failed. Then, as before, the steps shifted. They angled upward, climbing nothing, yet the tower trembled with each press. The air grew colder with every invisible ascent. My lantern flickered, flame straining. When the final boot step reached the cabin door, I lifted my pen to record it. My hand froze instead. There was no knock this time. Instead, the doorknob twisted. The door should not have been able to open. It had warped with years of disuse. Frame sagged so badly that even my shoulder shove earlier had barely budged it. Yet the knob turned smoothly now, metal squealing like something unused for decades finding sudden strength. I lunged to hold it shut, pressing my back against the door. knife clutched in one hand, though I knew it was useless. The knob jerked once, twice, 3 times, each twist rattling through my spine. Then it stilled. For a long moment, nothing. I thought maybe it had given up. Then came the sound, slow breathing on the other side, pressed right against the wood, seeping through the cracks like damp. It was ragged, uneven, as though lungs tried to remember how to inflate. I whispered without meaning to. "Who's there?" The breath paused. Then it answered, in my own voice. "Rowan." I staggered backward from the door, knife clattering from my hand. My lantern guttered. The voice had not been mimicry. It was my tone, my cadence, my own name, dragged from my mouth and thrown back at me. I stumbled against the cot frame, metal groaning under my weight. The door did not open. The voice did not return. Instead, the footsteps retreated once more, descending phantom stairs, circling the tower until silence claimed them. My notebook shows what happened next in jagged, half-scribbled lines. It said my name. It knew me. It said it as me. I did not sleep. I lay in my tent with the lantern burning until dawn, every muscle locked. When sunlight finally washed across the ridge, I felt as though I had survived not a night but a siege. The third day brought no comfort. The forest seemed more wrong than ever. When I descended to fetch water, the stream ran murky, though no rain had fallen. The air smelled metallic, sharp as blood. Trees leaned at angles I swore had not existed the day before, their trunks bent toward the tower like worshippers bowing. I climbed back up with my bottle half filled, too shaken to drink. My reflection in the water had unsettled me. It had lingered a second too long after I looked away. My eyes in the stream had still stared upward, lips twitching with words my throat had not spoken. By afternoon, I knew I could not endure another night. Pride had burned itself away, leaving only survival. Yet the thought of descending after dark, with those phantom boots trailing me through the forest, seemed worse. I resolved to leave at first light, regardless of what the third midnight brought. I would outlast it once more, then abandon the ridge forever. Still, when the sun lowered, dread swallowed me whole. My lantern sputtered, though I had filled it with oil. The walls of the cabin leaned closer somehow, ceiling lower, space shrinking like a throat closing. I sat rigid in my tent, knife reclaimed, notebook open but words abandoned. When midnight struck, I knew it instantly. The air thickened until breathing felt like drinking water. The first bootstep fell below, but this time it was not alone. Another step followed, then another, until 2 sets of boots circled the tower. One heavy and deliberate, one lighter, dragging as though the wearer limped. The sound tangled, orbiting the cabin in uneven duet. My skin crawled. Round and round they went. Then both angled upward. The tower shook with doubled weight. 2 pairs of boots climbing phantom stairs, nearer and nearer. My lantern flared, then dimmed as though suffocating. When the boots reached the door, the knob twisted again. I braced myself against it, body shaking, knife clenched. This time, instead of forcing, the knob stilled, then tapped, gently, like fingers drumming. A voice followed. Not mine. "Let us in, Rowan." It was low, guttural, carrying the rhythm of words but not the life. Behind it, another voice overlapped. Higher, whispering the same plea, but sliding out of sync, as though spoken through water. Both pressed against my skull until my ears rang. I shouted, "No," though my voice cracked. Silence fell instantly. Then, 3 knocks, heavy enough to rattle the doorframe. My lantern burst brighter, then died completely, plunging the cabin into dark. I panicked. In the black, I swore I felt the door ease inward, wood bowing. I slashed with the knife, metal striking empty air. My pulse thundered, my breath ragged. Then, slowly, the pressure eased. The boots descended, one heavy, one dragging, until once more they circled below and faded into the night. I relit the lantern with trembling hands, wick catching at last. The light revealed my notebook pages, fluttering as though stirred by wind, though the air was still. Across them, new words had appeared, scrawled in unfamiliar hand. Tomorrow you walk down. Tomorrow we walk with you. My throat closed. The letters were smeared as if written in damp ash. I did not touch the page. I could not. I only sat frozen until dawn, every minute stretching endless. When morning came, I packed immediately. Pride was gone. Curiosity was gone. Only escape mattered. I shoved my gear into my pack, rolled the tent without care, stuffed my notebook deep though its pages still smelled faintly of smoke. I clipped the knife to my belt and coiled my rope, preparing to descend the tower for the last time. As I stood at the threshold, sunlight spilling across the ridge, I felt a pulse beneath my boots. The wood vibrated faintly, like the thrum of distant machinery. It traveled up through my bones, into my jaw, rattling my teeth. Below, the forest waited. Trees leaned toward the slope as though to greet me. The trail I had carved on my ascent looked narrower now, almost erased. Yet leaving was the only choice left. I lowered myself onto the beams, rope tied, pack tugging against my shoulders. My palms scraped on splintered wood. The descent felt endless, each creak a threat of collapse. When my boots touched soil at last, I almost collapsed with relief. The forest met me with silence. No bird, no insect, no wind. Only that silence, dense enough to choke. I shouldered my pack, adjusted the straps, and turned down the ridge. That was when I heard it, the footsteps behind me. One heavy, one dragging. They did not circle this time. They followed. The sound came steady as breath, one heavy, one dragging. I froze on the slope, boots sinking into loose soil, and the forest leaned closer in its silence. My body begged me to run, but instinct told me flight would only feed whatever walked behind. So I forced myself forward. Measured steps, careful breaths, each crunch of soil answered by their echo. I refused to look back at first. To look would be to acknowledge. To acknowledge would be to invite. That was the thought hammering in my head. As I wound between trees, each trunk swollen with moss, each shadow longer than it should have been. Minutes stretched, or maybe hours. The trail had shifted since I climbed it. Roots coiled differently, stones scattered in patterns too deliberate. The ridge seemed to lengthen, each bend revealing not the descent I remembered, but another slope curling downward like a spiral. The footsteps matched me without falter. Finally I broke. I turned my head. No one. The slope behind was empty, sunlight pouring like pale water between the trunks. Yet the footsteps continued, pressing the soil, cracking branches, filling the air with presence. They came from nothing but weight itself, invisible bodies carrying boots I could not see. I stumbled onward, panic leaking through my control. My throat ached with thirst, but I dared not drink. My bottle hung heavy against my pack, water inside still and dark, and I feared what reflection might greet me. At some point, I began speaking aloud, my voice trembling. You're not real. You're not mine. You don't belong here. The forest listened, but the footsteps answered with louder cadence. Pounding now, the heavy one deliberate, the dragging one scraping stones. My words dissolved against them. By mid-afternoon, I reached the stream again. It should have offered relief, but the water ran sluggish, thick as syrup, its surface clouded with ash. The smell of iron choked me. I bent anyway, desperate, scooping with cupped hands. The reflection that met me was not my own. It was me, yes, but older, skin gray as bark, eyes hollow, mouth sagging open as if emptied of breath. When I recoiled, the reflection remained, still staring upward long after my face had vanished from the surface. Behind me, the footsteps halted. I held still, every nerve straining. The silence burned my ears. Then, from across the stream, a figure shifted between trees. For the first time, I saw them. Two shapes, blurred at the edges like smoke given human form. One tall and straight, the other bent, favoring a leg that dragged behind. Their outlines wavered, but their boots pressed real impressions into soil, dark prints that steamed faintly in the cool air. Their heads lifted in unison, and though no faces remained, I felt their gaze grip me like hooks. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own pack. "Stay away," I croaked, though my voice cracked like old wood. They did not advance. Not yet. They only stood across the stream, presence stretching across the water like invisible rope. My skin itched. My chest throbbed with pressure. Then both raised their heads higher, and in voices that were not voices they spoke. "Rawan walks with us." The sound came not through air but through bone, vibrating in my jaw, my teeth. I staggered, clutching my skull. The stream boiled suddenly, bubbles rising though no heat touched it. The reflection of the gray, hollow version of me widened its mouth as if to scream. I ran. Branches whipped my arms, roots clawed my boots. The forest bent tighter, trees closing like ribs around a heart. Footsteps thundered behind, no longer circling, no longer pacing, but pursuing. Heavy and dragging, keeping perfect time with my terror. I lost the trail. I knew it then, crashing through undergrowth where no blazes marked trunks. The ridge fell steep, sending me sliding on loose stone, palms tearing, breath choking. I clawed myself upright, stumbled onward, praying for the glimpse of road, the glint of metal, any sign of escape. But the forest shifted endlessly, every slope the same, every tree doubled. The sun sank lower, bleeding light through the canopy, shadows stretching until the world itself seemed only shadow. At last, exhausted, I collapsed in a clearing. My chest heaved, lungs tearing at air that stank of ash. Silence returned, but not relief. I knew the pattern now. Silence was their pause, their waiting, their breath drawn before another strike. My notebook had fallen from my pack in the flight. It lay open beside me, pages fluttering though the air was still. New words sprawled across the paper, ink wet though no pen had touched it. You cannot leave the tower. You took its night, it takes your days. My hands shook as I slammed the notebook shut. My thoughts frayed at their edges. What tower? What bargain had I stepped into by sleeping in its carcass? The words blurred, my vision doubling, my breath shuddering. The footsteps returned. Closer now, entering the clearing without hesitation. I scrambled to my feet, knife trembling in my grip. Shadows lengthened across the soil, two of them, stretching tall. Yet only one belonged to me. The other two reached across the clearing, merging with mine. My knees buckled at the weight of it. The heavy step halted a breath away, though no figure touched me. The dragging step followed, echoing inside my bones. Rowan walks with us. The voices repeated, not spoken but stamped into my marrow. I screamed. The sound cracked against trees, thin and pitiful. My knife swung blindly, cutting air. I felt resistance once, metal biting through something softer than wood, heavier than smoke. A hiss followed, sharp and furious. My lantern, still clipped to my pack, shattered in an explosion of glass and oil, flame licking across the clearing for a heartbeat before winking out. Darkness collapsed around me. I ran again blind, tearing through black until the world itself bent. My boots struck not soil but hollow wood. My palms scraped not bark but planks. When I stopped gasping, I realized where I stood. Back inside the tower, my tent lay unfurled. My stove sat cold. My notebook rested on the table, open to the same words I had already read. The forest outside glowed with moonlight. Though I had fled in daylight, time had folded, or I had never left. I collapsed to my knees, chest hollow. From below, the first bootstep sounded, heavy, then dragging, circling once more. I realized then that I had not survived 3 nights. I had only begun the first, over and over, loop tightening like a snare. The tower had not let me leave. It had called me back each time, binding me with steps I could not outrun. The boots rose the phantom stairs. The knob turned. I did not resist. My knife clattered from my hand. The door eased open, though no hinge remained. 2 shadows entered, merging with mine. The air collapsed in on itself, thick as water, filling my lungs until I drowned standing. The last thing I heard was my own voice, doubled, tripled, echoing from mouths I could not see. Rowan walks with us. The lantern died, and the tower kept its night. My name is Aidan Locke, and I have always considered myself a man inclined toward reason. I am 33 years old, employed as a mechanical draftsman, and accustomed to spending long hours bent over blueprints, translating ideas into precise lines and dimensions. My hobbies have always trended toward the solitary hiking, camping, and the simple practice of retreating into the wilderness with a tent, a pack, and enough quiet to still the restless pace of daily life. I believed that in the outdoors, everything could be reduced to cause and effect, track and trace, weight and measure. I believed that until the summer when I laced on a stranger's boots and, in doing so, invited something unexplainable to follow me. It began innocently enough, as these things often do. The trailhead where I started was an unassuming one, a gravel lot at the edge of a national forest in the northern states. I had chosen that week in August because the crowds had thinned after the height of tourist season, and I wanted the trails to myself. The weather was dry, the sky clear, and my plan was simple: a 2-day hike in, a night spent near the ridge overlooking the valley, and then a leisurely trek back out. I parked my truck in the lot, gathered my gear, and then noticed something curious near the wooden kiosk where maps and warnings were usually pinned. A pair of boots sat there. Not new, not ruined either. Brown leather, scuffed at the toes, laces intact, soles thick and hardly worn. They were placed neatly side by side, not tossed or forgotten, but aligned with an almost deliberate care, as if the owner had set them down, knowing someone else might need them. I paused, tilted my head, and felt a twinge of something between suspicion and amusement. People left water bottles sometimes, or a forgotten glove, but boots. Boots were too personal, too necessary for the trails, and yet here they were, waiting. I looked down at my own footwear. Running shoes. Practical for short distances, but hardly ideal for a trek that would take me across rough ground and up switchbacks. I had packed them thinking of weight and comfort, not of ankle support or protection against jagged stone. My hesitation, then, did not last long. The boots were my size. I know that sounds like convenience pressed into coincidence, but it was exact. I tried them on. They fit snugly, like they had been broken in by someone with my gait, my shape, my very stride. I left my old shoes by the kiosk, side by side, mirroring the way I had found the boots. Some part of me thought it was a fair exchange. I should have left them. I should have trusted that faint, restless feeling in my chest as I walked away. But I was already half smiling at my luck. Free boots, perfect fit, better protection. What could be wrong with that? The first hours of the hike were uneventful, though the boots had a weight to them that I noticed more than once. They did not feel heavier than average when I picked them up in my hands, yet when I wore them, it was as though they pressed me downward, sinking each step a little deeper into the soil. The trail itself was quiet, the kind of hush that only old forests can hold. Pines rose in crowded columns, their tops bending in slow waves, the air resin, scented and cool. Birds sang in bursts, then fell still. I walked with steady pace, letting the miles roll beneath me, until the sun began to slant lower, and the sky shaded to amber. I set camp near a clearing where the trees gave way to a view of the ridge. I pitched my tent, built a small fire, and cooked a simple meal. By then, the boots had blended into my sense of self, as though I had worn them all along. My old shoes were a faint afterthought, tucked away at the trailhead, no longer mine. I remember that thought with particular clarity. They are no longer mine. Night settled. The fire burned down to coals, and the forest pressed close. There is a stillness in the deep woods that feels both comforting and immense, like a cathedral without walls. I sat listening to the crackle of the last flames, and then finally crawled into my tent, zipped the flap, and lay down with the sleeping bag wrapped around me. I drifted towards sleep with the ordinary sounds of the wild outside. Branches shifting, insects thrumming, an owl calling from some dark perch. Nothing felt amiss. Nothing yet. It must have been after midnight when I woke. The first thing I registered was silence. The owl was gone, the insects gone, the trees themselves as though carved in wax. Only my heartbeat filled my ears. The second thing was the sound of movement. Not far. Not crashing or shambling like deer, but measured. Footsteps. Human footsteps passing along the soft earth outside my tent. I froze. Breath locked in my chest, every muscle stiff. My mind calculated quickly. I was alone on this trail, no cars but mine at the lot, no other hikers seen all day. Yet the sound was unmistakable, the rhythm of weight shifting from heel to toe, slow, deliberate, unhurried. Step, drag, step, drag. The dragging sound caught me, like something pulled across the soil after each pace. I turned my head toward the thin wall of the tent, and through the fabric I saw the faintest distortion, the shadow of movement slipping past. Someone, or something, was walking by. I strained my ears, hardly daring to breathe, and the sound continued past my tent, circling just wide enough that I could not catch a full silhouette. Then the dragging became clearer, and my blood went cold. It was not the drag of a stick, not the scrape of a bag, but the sound of rubber and tread tracing across dirt. Shoes. Shoes like mine. My old shoes. I cannot explain how I knew, but I knew. Each dragged step pressed out of rhythm, like footprints being pulled backward against the ground. My shoes. My footprints. Reversed. The shadow passed once, then again, looping the perimeter of my camp. Not running, not rushing, just steady and certain, as though mapping a boundary. I closed my eyes tight, every nerve urging me to leap out to confront, to prove I was not imagining this. But fear rooted me. I listened as the steps faded at last, dissolving into the stillness, leaving only the pounding in my chest. Long minutes dragged by before I dared to move, and when I did, I pressed my face against the tent wall to listen. Nothing. Silence again, thick as wool. When dawn came, I unzipped the tent with stiff fingers. The clearing looked untouched, my fire pit cold, the grass bent with dew. But when I stepped outside, I saw them. Tracks. Not fresh in the sense of pressed soil. Rather, too precise, too deliberate. My own footprints, reversed, leading away from the camp. They did not angle with my stride, but dragged backward, as if something had hooked into them and pulled them heel, first through the dirt. The line trailed off toward the trees, swallowed into shadow. My stomach twisted. I crouched down, touched the indentations, and felt only earth, only damp soil. And yet the shape was undeniable. They were mine. They belonged to the shoes I had left behind. And I understood then, though I could not yet admit it aloud, that the boots I wore had not been abandoned at the trailhead. They had been exchanged. Something had taken mine. Something was wearing them now. I spent the morning in a kind of daze, breaking camp mechanically, packing with trembling hands. Part of me wanted to turn back immediately, to abandon the trip and return to the safety of the lot. But another part of me, stubborn and half ashamed, reasoned that I had imagined the footsteps, that the tracks were nothing more than the tricks of tired eyes. So I pressed on, following the trail upward, telling myself that daylight banished such fears. And yet every step in those boots felt heavier than the last, as though they knew something I did not, as though they were leading me into a pattern already written. By afternoon, I reached the ridge. The view spread wide, forest unbroken for miles, mountains layered against the horizon like dark waves. I pitched my tent again, closer this time to the cliff edge where the wind might keep me alert. The boots sat by the fire as I cooked, their leather catching the flame's glow. I found myself staring at them often, as though they were watching me back. When I finally crawled into my sleeping bag, exhaustion dragged me into uneasy sleep. It did not hold. Again, in the dead of night, I woke. Again, silence pressed around me like a held breath. And again, footsteps, the same rhythm. Step, drag, step, drag. This time, they did not circle wide. They came closer. So close that the weight of them pressed against the soil beneath me, the ground itself trembling with each pass. I held my breath, my eyes wide in the dark. The zipper of my tent shivered faintly in the air, as though touched, and then stilled. I could not move, could not scream, only listen. And when the dragging sound passed directly across the entrance, I smelled it. Familiar, ordinary. The faint musk of my old shoes, and I knew they were no longer mine. I did not sleep again that night. I lay rigid in the tent, listening as the steps wandered away and then returned, as if the walker had no destination, beyond reminding me it was there. When silence finally reclaimed the ridge, the first hint of dawn was already lightening the sky. I pushed myself upright, every muscle stiff with dread, and unzipped the tent. Cold air poured in, crisp and sharp. The ground outside shimmered faintly with dew, but the tracks were visible still, backward deliberate, pressed into the soil, where no one had walked but me. I told myself I would turn back that morning. I had had enough of strange coincidences, of tricks that gnawed at the edge of logic. Yet when I laced the boots, their weight anchored me again. The act felt less like choice than compulsion. Each pull of the laces drew me tighter, into something I did not understand. My pack went on my shoulders almost by instinct, and I set my feet on the trail without decision. The descent from the ridge should have been straightforward, but I could not shake the sense of being watched. The forest was no longer a neutral space. Every tree leaned subtly toward me. Every patch of shadow seemed stretched just a little too long. And worse, I felt it behind me. Not close enough to see when I looked back, but near enough that the hair on my neck rose. I would walk a dozen steps, then turn suddenly, expecting to catch sight of someone in my old shoes. Each time nothing, only the whisper of branches. By midday, I stopped to rest beside a stream. I splashed water on my face, trying to rinse away the crawling unease that had taken root in my chest. My reflection stared back from the water, hollow-eyed, tense. Then I saw something that made me stagger back. Another reflection, not beside mine, but behind it, faint and distorted in the rippling surface. A figure standing at the stream's far bank. Too far to discern detail, but the feet were clear. My shoes, darkened with wet earth, dragging at angles that bent the ankles wrong. I whipped my head around, but the bank was empty. When I looked back down, only my own reflection remained. The rest of the hike blurred. I kept moving, kept scanning the trail, convinced that at any moment the figure would step into view. The boots I wore seemed to guide me, pulling me forward, even when fatigue hollowed my limbs. When the trail finally bent back toward the lot, my relief was sharp enough to sting. I half ran the last stretch, lungs burning. But when I broke from the trees into the clearing, the sight of the gravel lot froze me where I stood. The kiosk stood in place, weathered and familiar. But the shoes I had left behind, my shoes, were gone. In their place, another pair sat neatly aligned, toes forward, laces tucked. Not new, not ruined. A different pair of boots, darker leather, longer laces, waiting. I refused to approach. Some instinct screamed that stepping closer would tether me further into whatever bargain I had already stumbled into. I skirted wide around the kiosk, beelining for my truck. My old keys clattered in shaking hands as I unlocked the door and threw my pack into the passenger seat. When the engine finally turned over, the sound was so loud in the silence that I almost wept with relief. But as I shifted into gear and pulled out of the lot, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The kiosk receded, shrinking with distance, and there by its side stood a figure, upright, still, facing me. The details were blurred by distance, but I knew with a certainty that bit deep into my bones. It was wearing my shoes, watching me leave. I drove without pause until I reached the edge of town. Gas station lights cut into the gloom, a reminder of civilization, of ordinary people filling their tanks, buying snacks, existing in daylight like none of this had happened. I parked and sat in the cab, hands locked on the wheel. The boots on my feet felt like anchors again. I unlaced them, slower than I intended, and pulled them off. My socks were damp with sweat, toes numb from the strange, weighted fit. For a long time, I sat staring at the boots on the passenger side. They looked harmless, ordinary. But I could not bring myself to touch them again. I bought a pair of cheap sneakers from a shop in town, slid them on, and shoved the boots deep into a plastic bag before stuffing them in the bed of the truck. Out of sight, out of reach. I thought that would end it. It did not. The first night back home, I woke again to footsteps. Not outside the tent this time, but outside my apartment door. I live on the third floor of an old brick building, far from any trail or forest. Yet the rhythm was unmistakable. Step, drag, step, drag. I held still in bed, heart slamming, and the sound moved down the hall, faded, then returned. A slow pacing that circled the floor as though mapping out boundaries again. The next morning, I found prints in the hallway carpet. Faint. Heel, first impressions pressed into the worn fibers, trailing one way and then back again. I crouched, staring, and recognized the tread pattern immediately. My shoes. Not the boots. The shoes I had left behind at the kiosk. Somehow, they had followed. Sleep became impossible. Every night, the steps returned, sometimes closer, sometimes fading, but never absent. I tried to ignore them, burying my head under pillows, playing music loud enough to drown them. But the boots in the plastic bag weighed on me. I began to dream of them, even when awake, seeing them in the corners of rooms, at the foot of my bed, by the door. Always waiting, always aligned, as if they knew I would have to wear them again. By the fourth night, I snapped. I dragged the bag from the truck, carried it 2 blocks away, and dumped the boots into a dumpster behind a row of restaurants. I told myself it was finished, that the chain was broken. That night, I slept, fitful but real, for the first time since the ridge. But in the morning, when I opened my front door, they were there. Not in a bag, not dirty from garbage, polished, side by side on my welcome mat. I didn't touch them. I stepped over them carefully and left for work. My coworkers noticed my pallor, asked if I was sick. I lied, blamed the heat. Every hour that passed, I pictured those boots waiting for me at home. And a part of me wondered if someone was playing an elaborate trick, if some hand had followed me from the forest. But the more I thought on it, the less plausible it seemed. Who would trail me so far? Who could? That evening, I returned to find them inside. Not on the mat, not outside. Inside my apartment, against the wall opposite the door. Still neat. Still aligned. I sat on the couch for a long time, staring. My sneakers felt flimsy, insubstantial. My feet twitched with the memory of the weight of the boots, the way they had carried me, anchored me. The longer I looked, the stronger the pull grew. Not curiosity, compulsion. They wanted me to wear them. And worse, I wanted to as well. I lasted until midnight. Then, against every logical part of myself, I slipped them on. The fit was the same as before. Snug, inevitable, like they belonged. The moment I stood, a weight settled into my chest. The world shifted. The room seemed too narrow, the ceiling too low. And outside, through the window, I heard it again. Step drag. Step drag. Coming closer. I peeled the boots off and threw them across the room. But the sound did not stop. If anything, it quickened, pressing against the walls, echoing through the floor. Something out there wore my old shoes still, and it was searching for me. The next days blurred into a waking fever. I could not sleep without hearing the steps, could not eat without tasting earth in my mouth. I called in sick to work, shut myself inside, curtains drawn. The boots waited in the corner no matter where I tossed them. Always upright, always aligned. On the 7th day, the knock came. Gentle, almost polite. I froze where I sat on the couch. Another knock louder. Then silence. I crept to the peephole, heart jackhammering, and looked. No one. But on the floor outside my door I saw them. My old shoes. The ones I had left behind. Their laces were untied. Tongues pulled forward, as if inviting me to step into them again. I shut the door and slid down against it, hands pressed hard to my ears. Though no sound came after that final knock. only the pulse of my own heartbeat roaring through me, heavy enough to make me dizzy. The old shoes had followed me home. They had waited patient as the boots had been. No matter what I had tried, discarding, denying, resisting, they had found me. That night, I could not bring myself to sleep in the bedroom. I stayed on the couch, knees drawn tight. The boots on my feet, though I hadn't realized I had put them back on. The weight of them soothed and anchored me, even as some part of me screamed to rip them off. I couldn't. Every time I tried, my hands faltered. They weren't fastened by laces alone anymore. They were fastened by something deeper, threaded into me. The hours stretched. I drifted in and out of a half sleep until the sound came again. Step drag. Step drag. This time not in the hallway, not beyond the door, but inside. I lifted my head, throat tight. The sound came from the kitchen, slow and steady, footprints dragging across linoleum. I tried to stand, but the boots gripped me, holding me seated. A shadow shifted against the dim glow from the streetlight seeping through the blinds. Someone, no, something, was walking the length of my apartment. It did not stumble or pause, only moved with deliberate rhythm, heel first, scraping my footprints backwards across the floor. When it reached the living room arch, I saw it. A figure with my height, my shape, but indistinct as if built from shadow and reflection. And on its feet, my old shoes, the sneakers I had left behind at the kiosk. Their soles glimmered with damp soil, each step leaving an imprint that faded too quickly. It stopped only a few feet away, head tilted. No face, only dark outline. Yet I felt its gaze, and worse, its hunger. The boots on my feet grew heavier, pins of pressure climbing up my shins. The figure lifted one foot, heel dragging. In the silence, I heard the whisper of leather. The echo of every step I had taken since the trail. I don't know what madness drove me, but I whispered, "What do you want?" The shape tilted again, and then I understood without words. It wanted me to walk. It wanted me to follow the path it had made, the reverse trail it dragged behind itself. It had taken my footprints, turned them wrong way, and now it meant to pull me into them. I tore at the boots, clawed at the laces, but they would not come free. My vision blurred with panic. The figure moved closer, step by step, each drag a command. My body lurched, my feet moving of their own accord, following that reversed path across the floor. With each step, the room shifted, walls stretching, colors leaching away. My apartment blurred until the smell of pine needles filled the air. The forest. I was back in the woods. The figure walked ahead, and I followed. I fought with everything in me, but my boots carried me, forcing heel, first into the dirt, retracing steps I had never taken. Trees closed around us, too tall, their crowns blotting out the stars. My heart hammered so violently I thought my chest would split. At last, the figure stopped in a clearing. Moonlight carved the space open, silver and cold. In the center lay my sneakers, side by side. Toes pointed toward me. The figure stepped into them and dissolved like smoke, sinking down until only the shoes remained. The boots on my feet pulsed, and my body nearly buckled. I understood. If I stepped forward, if I let myself sink into those shoes, the exchange would be complete. I fought harder, yanking, tearing, throwing my weight backward. My voice cracked into the night. No. The forest swallowed the word like it had never existed. My boots tightened again, drawing me forward, until in a desperate rush I dropped hard to my knees and clawed at the earth. My nails split, blood smeared soil, but I dug until my hands wrapped around a root, thick enough to hold. I anchored myself there, refusing the pull, refusing the trade. The forest trembled. The trees groaned with low sound, branches twisting as if in anger. My boots tightened, cutting circulation, and agony lanced through my legs. Still I clung, still I refused. And then, like a cord snapping, the pull ceased. The weight in the boots lessened. I gasped, chest heaving, and when I looked up, the sneakers were gone. Only bare earth remained. The clearing dissolved. I woke with a start on the living room floor, sweat soaking me, my hands raw with dirt packed beneath broken nails. The boots lay beside me, untied, harmless as any ordinary footwear. For hours I did not move. In the weeks since, I have kept them locked in the back of my closet, a heavy box set on top to bar them from sight. I do not know if that makes any difference. Some nights I still hear the faint scrape of reversed footsteps outside my door, but they never come closer. Not yet. I wonder sometimes about the trailhead, about the kiosk where I first found them. Who left the boots there? Who took mine? Was I the first to trade, or only the next in a line? I cannot help imagining some other hiker lacing on my old sneakers now, smiling at their luck, not knowing what waits in the dark. Perhaps that is the way of it. The shoes move from one person to the next, each exchange pulling another into the pattern. A long chain of backward tracks, stretching deep into the forest. Each footprint not leading forward, but dragging the wearer toward something older, something that feeds on the trade. I am not foolish enough to tempt it again. I wear new shoes now, plain and bought with my own hands. I walk only in daylight, and I do not linger near trailheads. Yet the boots wait in the dark of my closet, silent, patient. They do not need to hurry. They know time is on their side. And sometimes when I wake in the night, I feel the weight of them at the foot of my bed, waiting for me to walk again. My name is Cora Bennett, and I have chosen to recount a memory I would rather forget. It is the kind of story that creeps into quiet hours, unwelcome yet insistent, the sort of memory that lingers when the night is long and silence presses too heavy against the ears. I was raised to be practical, steady, and cautious in my dealings with the natural world. But youth has a way of making us bold, and sometimes boldness hardens into arrogance. It is for that reason I am still haunted by what happened on that camping trip in the late summer. A trip that should have been nothing more than a weekend escape. Instead, it became a series of moments I can replay, but never undo. I am writing it now in as formal a way as I can, because my own voice feels too frail when spoken aloud. We had driven out to the state forest as 4 friends, our tents folded neatly in the back of Noah's old SUV, the air smelling of pine, even before we reached the trailhead. Noah was the loud one, always making plans, always convincing the rest of us to go along. My best friend, Emily, had come because she trusted me more than she cared about the trip itself, and she had brought her boyfriend, Tyler, who treated camping like a test of masculinity. I had gone along because I craved the woods in the way some people crave salt water. I felt at ease under canopies of green and gold. At least, I thought I did. We arrived by late afternoon, the road narrowing into gravel, the forest growing dense and shadowed around us. It was Noah who spotted the sign first. Bear warning. It read in bold letters, with smaller text underneath describing increased sightings, precautions, and advisories against setting up camp near certain trails. The wooden board was weathered, but the red lettering across it looked freshly painted. I remember reading the words with a twinge of unease. Noah scoffed, dismissing it as a formality. They put those signs everywhere. Bears don't want trouble with us. Besides, we'll keep our food hung up. His voice was confident, the way it always was when he wanted the group to move past doubt. Tyler backed him up, rolling his eyes. Emily hesitated, but she had that smile she used when she didn't want to be the one to object. I should have spoken more strongly, but I didn't. That silence is one of the choices that still wakes me at night. We carried our gear a mile down into a clearing beside a creek, a place that looked almost too perfect. The grass lay flat in wide patches, the soil dry enough to be comfortable, the sound of water a steady reassurance against the silence. We set up our tents, two of them facing one another, and gathered firewood before the sun dipped low. The sky burned orange through the trees, and for a while the forest seemed almost kind. Dinner was simple. Noodles cooked over a portable stove, a few roasted marshmallows, cheap beer that Tyler had stuffed into his pack. The four of us laughed until the light drained away, and the woods grew black. Stars opened overhead in uncountable thousands. We thought ourselves lucky to be there, lucky to be young together under a sky so vast. It was at 3 a.m, when the weight pressed down against the nylon of our tent. I had been sleeping lightly, the kind of half rest where every small sound wakes you. The creek's steady flow had lulled me, but some part of me had remained alert, uneasy since we first passed that warning sign. At first, I thought it was Emily shifting beside me, her elbow or her shoulder brushing against the wall of the tent. Then came the drag, a long, heavy scrape that pulled along the side of the fabric, slow and deliberate. My eyes opened wide into darkness. The pressure increased, and the wall of nylon bowed inward toward my face. "Did you feel that?" Emily whispered, her voice trembling even though she hadn't fully sat up. She was awake too. I nodded. Though she couldn't see me, my hand pressed against her wrist. The sound came again, a low shifting weight, like something massive circling us. I could hear Noah's voice muffled from the other tent, a sharp intake of breath, then silence. Tyler whispered something to him, a word I couldn't catch. We were all awake, all holding still. Then the marks appeared. The sound of claws, or something like claws, against the tent fabric was undeniable. But they didn't run like normal scratches. Jagged or aimless, they curved. Perfect arcs carved in silence, one after another. Each dragging groove forming a loop that pressed so hard against the nylon it nearly cut through. Circles layered upon circles, curling in shapes that reminded me less of claws and more of writing, as though someone, or something, were etching letters we couldn't understand. They glowed faintly in the dim starlight leaking through, patterns traced with uncanny precision. I pressed my hand over one of the arcs, and I felt warmth through the fabric, like the trace of breath on glass. Emily's hand clamped onto mine. Her whisper was frantic now, but quiet. "That's not a bear." I wanted to agree, but the truth was worse, because I had no words for what it could be. The scratching stopped as abruptly as it had started, and with it, the weight lifted. For a long moment, the only sound was the creak and our uneven breathing. Noah whispered across the gap between tents, "Don't move. Don't make a sound." His tone had shifted, no longer mocking or careless, but strained with something I had never heard in him before: fear. I stayed frozen, my body aching from tension, my throat dry as stone. The woods around us were silent in that unnatural way, as though everything living had retreated, leaving us alone with whatever had circled. The rest of the night bled into a blur of waiting. None of us spoke again. None of us dared. My mind traced the arcs in the fabric over and over, replaying their precision, their smooth, deliberate curves. It was not the language of claw and animal instinct. It was deliberate, as though something had tried to leave us a message. I told myself again and again that it had to be exhaustion, imagination, fear twisting shapes into patterns. But when morning finally came and the pale light filtered through the trees, I saw them clearly: claw marks, burned deep into the nylon, but bent into circles, perfect as pen strokes on a page. And that was only the beginning. When morning came, the air felt too thin. The creak that had been so soothing the day before sounded strange, like the water hurried past with nervous urgency, rushing to be elsewhere. Sunlight touched the treetops with gold, but it did not reach the clearing in a way that warmed. I was stiff from the night of waiting, my body locked in the memory of those clarkles pressing against our tent. Emily crawled out first, her hair tangled, her face pale. She stood barefoot in the grass, staring down at the fabric of the tent as though she expected it to vanish in daylight. I followed, bracing myself, and when I finally looked, I wished I had not. The claw marks were real. No excuse of dreaming or panic could explain them away. Perfectly curved lines, etched into the nylon, layered like calligraphy, each circle overlapping the next in a rhythm that looked purposeful. Tyler crouched beside the tent, his hands hovering just above the fabric without touching it, as though afraid it might burn. "That's not, no animal does this," he muttered, his voice low, his bravado gone. Noah came last, yawning too loud, as if volume alone could drive out the fear that lingered. Could have been raccoons. They get into weird stuff. But even as he said it, his eyes darted away. He couldn't look too long at the arcs. None of us could. Breakfast was a half-hearted thing. The instant oats turned into paste, and no one ate more than a few spoonfuls. The woods were quiet, too quiet for morning. I had camped enough to know the difference between natural stillness and something more deliberate. Birds sang to greet the sun. Squirrels rustled branches. Insects hummed in a chorus. But that morning, everything kept distance, as though the trees themselves warned against breaking silence. I felt it in my chest, a weight heavier than hunger or fatigue. Emily whispered when the others walked a creek to refill water bottles. "Cora, what if it wasn't claws? What if it was writing?" Her words matched the thought that had gnawed at me all night, but I didn't want to admit it aloud. Shapes, arcs, a strange fluidity to their patterns. It had not been rage, not the frantic tearing of an animal. It had been patient, deliberate, as though someone had crouched outside with careful intent, tracing letters in a language we could not read. I told her we were tired, that fear makes patterns from nothing. She nodded, but I could see in her eyes that she didn't believe me. The four of us packed up camp before noon, though we had planned to stay 2 more days. No one said it outright, but we all felt the urge to leave. The sign we ignored the day before came back to me, sharp as if I were standing before it again. Bear warning. Yet nothing about those marks spoke of bears. Bears tear, shred, scatter. They do not curve their claws into symbols. They do not press warmth through nylon, as though human breath lingered on the other side. We should have left the forest that moment. But Noah, stubborn as ever, insisted on hiking deeper to a ridge he had read about online. "Best view in the park," he said, forcing cheer into his tone. "If we leave now, it'll be hours before we're back to the car. Might as well make it worth it." Tyler backed him up, eager to reclaim some sense of control, eager to prove that fear didn't dictate him. Emily looked at me, silently asking. I hated myself for agreeing. Perhaps it was pride, not wanting to be the one to beg retreat. Perhaps it was the way sunlight caught the leaves then, giving the forest an illusion of safety. Whatever the reason, I nodded, and so we walked deeper into the trees, away from the road, away from the chance of turning back. The trail narrowed quickly, roots twisting like old scars, branches snagging at our packs. Hours passed, the sun rising higher, but the canopy above refusing to let the light in. The deeper we went, the less the forest resembled the friendly wilderness of yesterday. Trees grew close together, their bark marked with strange, smooth patches, as though something had rubbed against them in circles. At first, I thought it was just natural wear, the kind that comes from animals brushing by, but the roundness was too precise. Tyler noticed one and frowned, running his finger along the groove. "Feels carved," he muttered, pulling his hand back quickly as though it had burned. We stopped for lunch in silence, chewing granola without taste. Noah tried to talk about sports, about movies, about anything mundane, but his voice cracked and died against the weight of the woods. He fell quiet, and I think that was when I knew he was afraid, truly afraid. Emily kept close to me, her hand brushing mine often, as though to remind herself I was still there. By late afternoon, we reached the ridge Noah promised. The view should have been stunning. The forest rolling endless, the sky wide, the horizon clear. And yes, it was beautiful in its way, but not the kind of beauty that reassures. It was vast, indifferent, the kind of view that makes you realize how small you are, how easy it would be to vanish without anyone noticing. The wind carried no birdsong, no insect hum, only the faint rustle of branches far below. I felt watched, though no figure stood visible. The sensation crawled on my skin like static. That night, we set camp again. Emily argued softly that we should push back toward the car, even if it meant hiking in dark. Noah insisted it was safer to stay. "We'll be fine. Just another night. We'll leave in the morning." His voice trembled, betraying his own doubt, but none of us had the strength to fight him anymore. We pitched our tents at the edge of the ridge, the ground rocky and uneven, the wind colder than expected. Dinner was almost silent, and when night came, the stars gave no comfort. At 3 a.m. again it began. I woke to the sound of scraping, not outside this time, but beneath. The floor of the tent trembled faintly, a vibration that rose through the earth. My palm against the ground felt it clearer. Something moved just below the surface, circling. Emily woke with a gasp beside me, clutching my arm so tight it hurt. Then the marks appeared again, but not on the wall this time. They bloomed across the ground sheet under us, pressed up from below, circles layering like ink soaking through paper. The nylon rippled with each curve, forming loops that overlapped and joined, a text written in a language we were not meant to understand. I could hear Noah cursing low in the other tent, Tyler whispering frantically. The air turned hot, though the night wind outside was sharp with cold. Each circle glowed faintly, a soft red like embers buried in ash. They formed faster, spinning into each other, a script alive and restless, I wanted to scream, but terror pressed my voice into silence. Emily buried her face against my shoulder, trembling violently. Then came the sound. Not claws, not steps, but breath. A long exhale that rose from beneath the soil, vibrating up through the circles, through the thin barrier of fabric, into my bones. It was not the breath of a bear or any animal. It was deliberate, human but not, patient, knowing. And that was the moment I realized whatever pressed against our tent the night before had not gone away. It had followed us. It was closer now, learning us, writing us into something I could not name. I did not sleep again after that breath rose from the earth. None of us did. The night stretched endless, every second thick with the weight of waiting. We stayed in silence, too afraid to move, too afraid to speak. As the circles pulsed beneath our tents, like the heartbeat of something buried alive. By the time the first pale light of dawn spread across the ridge, my body was so rigid from terror that even lifting my hand felt impossible. When at last the glowing arcs faded back into dull fabric, it was as if whatever was beneath had withdrawn, but not far. I knew it lingered still, just under the surface, patient. Noah unzipped his tent with a jerk when the sun rose, his face drawn, his usual swagger stripped away. Tyler emerged behind him, his shirt clinging with sweat though the morning air was cold. Emily gripped my hand, her skin clammy, her eyes rimmed red. None of us needed to say it aloud, we were leaving. There would be no argument this time, no stubborn insistence that we push deeper or see one more view. We packed in a frenzy, our movements clumsy and hurried, as though the longer we lingered the more chance the ground itself might open and swallow us. But the forest had changed again. The trail we followed yesterday seemed unfamiliar now, warped by angles that didn't match my memory. Trees leaned closer, bark scarred with those same smooth circles we had noticed before. At one point we stopped, confused by a fork that hadn't existed on the way in. Noah cursed, spinning in place, insisting we had only one way back. But now there were two, both marked by the faint etching of arcs on nearby trunks. They weren't random. They aligned with each other, perfect and deliberate, leading us forward like symbols on a page. We chose one at random, because what else could we do? The woods did not give us a choice that felt safe. Hours passed. The sun rose high, but little of its light pierced the canopy. My legs ached, my lungs burned. Yet we walked faster than I thought possible, driven by a terror that never eased. The silence of the forest was absolute. Even our footsteps seemed swallowed, muted by the weight of unseen attention. Sometimes I thought I heard breath again, low and steady, carried on the air around us. Once, when I glanced down, I saw circles faintly pressed into the dirt of the trail itself, glowing as though the soil had been burned into symbols that cooled the moment my eyes touched them. I looked away quickly, my stomach churning. By mid-afternoon, we stopped in a small clearing to rest. Emily sat beside me, her head buried in her hands, whispering that she wanted to go home. Just home, anywhere but here. I tried to comfort her, but my own words felt hollow. Noah wandered to the edge of the clearing, scanning for landmarks, his movements sharp and restless. That was when Tyler noticed it, the arcs again. Not in dirt this time, but carved deep into the rocks that formed the edge of the ridge. They curved inward, looping into each other, the grooves smooth as though polished by centuries of touch. At first, they looked like writing. Then, with horror, I realized they looked like maps. Maps not of the land above, but of tunnels beneath, winding spirals layered on top of one another. A whole world etched below us. We left quickly, too shaken to rest longer. The forest seemed to tighten around us with every step, the trees pressing closer, the roots rising higher. Our fear sharpened into desperation. We needed out. We needed to see the road, the car, anything human. But the forest had no intention of releasing us easily. It was late evening when we heard it again. A scrape, low and resonant, rising from beneath our boots. Then a crack, soul shifting, roots tearing. Emily screamed as the ground just behind us bulged upward. A mound swelling, then sinking as if something massive rolled just beneath the surface. The four of us broke into a sprint, our packs slamming against our backs, breath ragged. The earth shifted again, circling us, driving us forward like cattle funneled through a chute. The arcs burned faintly across the trail ahead, guiding, pushing, corralling. They didn't want us lost. They wanted us moved. We stumbled into a gully as night fell, our legs quivering, our throats raw. Noah collapsed to his knees, cursing, his voice cracking with something close to a sob. Tyler pulled him up, shouting that we couldn't stop, not now. Emily clung to me, trembling. I thought we would break apart there, that the fear would scatter us into panic. But then I saw it. A glimmer of something through the trees. Not fire, not glow, but reflection. A strip of silver that cut through the black trunks of the road. We ran toward it with every shred of strength left in us. Branches clawed our arms, roots caught our feet, but nothing slowed us. We crashed through the last line of trees and stumbled out onto gravel. The road stretched pale under the moonlight, empty, silent, but real. The SUV sat where we left it, dust dulled, a promise of escape. Relief hit so strong I nearly sobbed. We threw our packs inside and piled into the seats, slamming doors with frantic force. Noah fumbled the keys, his hands shaking, then finally shoved them into the ignition. The engine roared to life. None of us dared look back as we sped away, gravel spitting behind us. It was only when we were miles down the road, the forest shrinking in the rearview mirror, that I allowed myself to breathe fully. Emily's head leaned against my shoulder, her eyes closed tight. Tyler stared ahead, his jaw locked. Noah gripped the wheel with white knuckles, his face pale in the dashboard glow. No one spoke. We all knew words would shatter the fragile thread of survival that had carried us out. But even now, safe in my home far from that forest, the memory refuses to fade. At night, when the world is quiet, I sometimes hear it again. The low scrape, the slow breath rising from beneath. Sometimes I wake to find faint arcs, traced in condensation on my bedroom window, perfect circles overlapping like handwriting. I wipe them away, but they return. Always precise, always patient. I tell myself the forest kept us alive because it wanted us to leave. Wanted us to spread its message, though I do not know what the message is. Perhaps the arcs are a language, and perhaps one day I will learn to read them. But perhaps they are only a name, written again and again, until the writer claims me fully. And when I close my eyes, I still feel it, the warmth of breath through nylon, the pressure of circles pressed close. The knowledge that what we met in those woods was not a bear. It was something that knew how to write,